get over here on this side.
Yes, sir.
Senate come to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Barnett. Senator Barrett. Senator Berry. Senator Blackman. Senator Blackwell. Senator Blunt. Senator Boyd. Senator Brumfield. Senator Bryan. Senator Butler. Senator Carter. Senator Chazanall. Senator Chisholm. Senator DeBar. Senator Delano. Senator England. Senator Fillingane. Senator Frazier. Senator Harkins. Senator Hickman. Senator Hill. Senator Hobson. Senator Horn. Senator Jackson. Senator Johnson. Senator Jordan. Senator Kirby.
Here.
Senator Ladner. Senator McCon. Senator McClendon. Senator McMahon. Senator Michelle. Senator Norwood. Senator Parker. Senator Parks. Senator Polk. Senator Rhodes. Senator Robinson. Senator Seymour. Senator Simmons of the 12th. Senator Simmons of the 13th. Senator Sparks. Senator Suber. Senator Tate. Senator Thomas. Senator Thompson. Senator Turner Ford. Senator Whaley. Senator Wiggins. Senator Williams. Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation to be given by Reverend Mark Webb, the lead pastor at King's Temple Missionary Baptist Church in Clarksdale. Reverend Webb is a guest of Senator Jackson. The invocation will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Senator Jackson. Reverend.
Thank you. May we pray? Now, Lord our God, we come humbly before you, and we ask for your mercy and grace to be our guide. You have made us your servants, and you have given us charge over your people. Therefore, give us today an understanding heart to judge your people, that we may discern between good and evil. Help us to know a house divided against itself, it cannot stand. Make us one, so that together we realize not only do we have more in common than what sets us apart, help us to realize that we are literally all one family, all a part of that glorious brotherhood created in the image of our Heavenly Father. Since this is the case, create such a spirit of unity and cooperation that good and prosperity for all will manifest across our great state. And these blessings that will flow will serve as a template for true flourishing for our entire nation. Have mercy upon us, Lord, and keep us from the devices of the evil one, who not only seeks to keep us divided, but would love through those divides to lead us to our own self-destruction. So we ask, dear God, that you would forgive us when we have strayed away from the path of love and selfless service to our fellow man. Create in us a clean heart, O God, and renew the right spirit within. Bless our governor and this entire legislative body. Grant them all wisdom, compassion, truth, and grace. Grant them the boldness to do what is pleasing in your sight and beneficial to all the people of the state of Mississippi. This we humbly pray in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen and amen.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you, Reverend. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, reading of the journal, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves that we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. A message petition, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Senator Blackwell, committee reports.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator Blackwell moves that we dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We'll go to introductions of bills and resolutions. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator Blackwell moves that we dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We'll go to introduction of guests. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the Southwest and North Gallery, we have a group of spirited and very inquisitive fourth graders and their teachers from Hartfield Academy that are here today at the Capitol studying government in their class. So if y'all would please help me give them a warm welcome to the state capitol.
Welcome to your capital. We're glad to have you here today. And Ms. Rhodes, glad to have you here as well. Okay, next, Senator Jackson.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate and members of the gallery, if you direct your attention over to the section of righteousness, there you have our pastor of the day, Mark Webb of King's Temple Missionary Baptist Church. Along with him is his wife, Candace. Fun fact, he baptized my 6-year-old Zephaniah in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost just a short while ago. If you please make them feel welcome, thank you.
Any other introductions at this time? Seeing none, I'd like to recognize Senator Tate. Senator Tate. Introduce the junior pages, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, as they file in here, I have to say that this is without doubt the best group of pages that we've ever had in the 6 sessions I've been up here. A lot of them, too. Serving for Senator David Parker, we have Manning Cox, Reed Rivers, and Madeline Hall. For Senator Josh Harkins, we have Breck Hines, A.C. Wartez, Lars McCulloch. For Senator Joseph Thomas, we have Jayla Snow, Lamecia Edwards, Malia Norwood. For myself, we have Lillian Cooper, Lauren Skinner, Luke Morrow, and paging for the Lieutenant Governor, quite a list here. We have Michael Balfour, Oliver Eaton, Anna Myatt, Ella Marie Logan, Henry Lynch, Mary Tyler Clark, Robert a.k.a. Hobb Carlton, Ella McCall Temple, Anna Bridgeforth, and Tally Taylor. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for your service. Okay. Next, Senator Jordan, I believe you have a floor presentation today. You're recognized. Senator Jordan, you're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. As for floor privileges,
With no objection, floor privileges for who, Senator?
floor privilege is for the president of Mississippi Valley State University, and I'm asking all persons who wish to join us, and Senator Chasnoy, if you wish to do so, please join us here at the podium. Certainly those of you from the flatland, Delta.
Okay, with no objection, floor privileges are granted. Will the Sergeant at Arms please escort our guests to the chamber floor?
Okay. Thank you. This is a glorious day for Mississippi Valley State University. As they said, President Briggs, Queen, all join us here on the podium. Our illustrious president. Let's give him a round of applause for just being our president. It's a miracle that valley exists because everybody's been trying to close it. And my statement was the only thing you're going to close is your mouth. Valley has existed for 75 years. It's got to have been a miracle. And Valley, when Jesse Owens won the championship, they said he was a record maker and a record breaker. That's the way Valley is. She's a record maker and a record breaker. She's here to stay. Since 1950, I think it was Governor Theodore Wright gave a cotton field to build Valley. That cotton field has become an oasis, all the way from a cotton field to a university. Governor Bill Waller, late Governor Bill Waller, came to Greenwood Voters League. He asked us, we had requested a black to be on the college board. The first person on the college board was recommended by Valley State Borkins, who were president at that time. So, with our illustrious president and others, we're all over the place, so don't think this is just few, we're everywhere. And while I have an announcement here, at 11 o'clock they'll be singing, Valley will be singing on the steps. And we want you there to listen to her. So at this time, I'm going to ask our illustrious president to come forward and tell us why he serves the Cotton Delta, and that why Valley State will be there, because she is unique and she's from the flatland, and we love her and we love the Mississippi Delta. Remember, Long Rose and Sizzler Heat produced the blues, and Valley is in the heart of the Delta, where the blues origin came from, right across the fields. So at this time, let's welcome our illustrious president, Dr. Briggs. Let's give him a round of applause. And before then, Mr. Secretary, will you read the resolution before I'm jumping ahead of myself? Will you read the resolution?
Here you go, a little bit of a rush. Mr. Clerk, please read the title of the resolution.
Resolution number 33, a resolution recognizing and honoring Mississippi Valley State University on the commemoration of its 75th anniversary and commending the institution's contributions to the state of Mississippi and the nation. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the state of Mississippi that we do hereby recognize and honor Mississippi Valley State University on the occasion of its 75th anniversary, commend the institution's contributions to the state of Mississippi and the nation, and extend heartfelt congratulations to its students, faculty, alumni, and administration for their achievements over the past 75 years. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Mississippi Valley State University and to the members of the Capitol Press Corps.
Dr. Briggs. Dr. Briggs, you're recognized to address the Mississippi Senate at this time.
Dr. Briggs.
Good morning,
Morning.
Mr. President, members of the Senate. Thank you for this opportunity to share some brief information about Mississippi Valley State University. Again, I am Dr. Gerald Briggs, the blessed 8th president of the Valley. And indeed, today is a great day. A great day to talk about the significance of Mississippi Valley State University. But before I start, I want to acknowledge Senator David Jordan. Senator Jordan, thank you for your continued love and support for your alma mater. It really means a lot to us in our community. You are appreciated. I'm joined here today by two of our outstanding student leaders, Ms. Jemiah Peoples, the president of our Student Government Association, and Mr. John Michael Frazier, who serves as Mr. Mississippi Valley State University. Along with them and a host of alums who are here today. Again, we thank you for this opportunity. Really, as we talk about our 75th anniversary, it talks about the importance and significance of our history, but it also talks about the importance and the significance of our future as we look forward to the next 75 years to assure that the university remains viable, healthy, and sustainable. A couple of quick notes. We are an economic driver for our community, creating a host of jobs and providing millions to the economy. We are the 4th largest employer in LaFleur County, and that really is making a difference. The university's motto is Live for Service, understanding the importance of giving back. Singers will be singing very shortly this afternoon, but they will also be going on a trip to Italy to perform in a music choral competition, a significant accomplishment for them and the university. But also, most recently, our university's marching band, the Mean Green Marching Machine, had an opportunity to participate in the 60th presidential inauguration for President Trump. So we are really appreciative and happy that the university is growing, moving forward, and we're going to do all we can to, again, assure that the next 75 years are just as successful as the past has been, and we will remain financially stable, financially solvent, and prudent, and protective of all the resources to assure our university's growth and success. So again, thank you all for the opportunity. We really appreciate it. And working together, we're going to make sure that Valley does what? Stays in motion. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Briggs. Thank you, we appreciate you so much. Okay, any other introductions at this time? Senator McMahon for introduction.
Yes, sir.
You're recognized.
Mr. President, I have several guests with me today. Red Hill Community leader Henry Cobb and his wife are here. I'd ask them to stand or wave. There you go, Henry, wave. Ask the Senate to give him a big welcome. I have some additional. In addition, my beautiful cousin, Lainey McNear, is here. I asked her to stand. And I also have another cousin here this morning from the University of Mississippi student body. Senator Willoughby is here with us today from the University of Mississippi. And as a senator, I ask the chamber to give him a big Senate welcome.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Norwood, for what purpose? Introduction?
Introduction, yes.
You're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a friend of mine here, Ms. Valley alum, Ms. Monica Hope from Indianola, Mississippi, and she will stand and Senate make her feel welcome. And I have many others I can't see. But thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Welcome to your Senate. Senator Hobson's introduction.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Thank you.
You recognize.
It's my pleasure to introduce a friend of mine, a longtime educator, a proud Mississippi Valley State alumnus from Vicksburg, Warren County, Mr. Charlie Tolliver, who's in the gallery. I'm going to ask Charlie if he will stand, and any other folks from Vicksburg, Warren County to stand and be recognized by our Senate this morning. Good to see you, Charlie.
Welcome to your Senate. Senator Derek Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know we have some people from the Washington County chapter of Mississippi Valley State, and also in the North Gallery, I see Councilman Charlie Ezekiel for the town of Metcalfe. Charlie, if you can stay in, and any of the Washington County alumni chapter of Mississippi Valley State, would you all stay in? I know you all are throughout the gallery. I ask the Senate to make them feel welcome.
Welcome to your Senate.
And also, Mr. President, I have another special introduction, if I
Yes,
may.
you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, today is one of the best days of the 2025 legislative session. It is Kappa Day at the Capitol. And in the West Gallery and as well in the South Gallery, we have members of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. I like to especially recognize former Senator Kenny Wayne Jones, and also Kappa Alpha Psi is divided into 12 regions. We call them provinces, and the province poll marker, or the regional president of this region, the Southwest region, is Brother Brown. He's the first Mississippian to hold that post. Brother Brown, he's in the South Gallery. Would you stand? Kenny Wayne Jones, would you stand? And also, is that Victor Sutton? Victor Sutton, will you please stand? And also Brother Henry Flowers. I know we are honoring him in our Senate concurrent resolution that we're going to take up today. That's Brother Flowers. But all the Kappas, if you all could stand now, and I ask the Senate to make these brothers feel welcome. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Welcome to your Senate. Okay, Senator Norwood, introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this morning, I'd like to, for the Senate, stand first female police chief of the city of Jackson, Ms. Shirlene Anderson, if she would stand and let the Senate make her feel welcome. Along with Ms. Mary Crump, a Valley loyalist and an activist. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, and welcome to your Senate. Okay, Senator Frazier, introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have several of our Valley Delta friends here today. Visiting with us this morning, we have my good friend, Marilyn Jean Mentor. Her sister, Shirley Jordan, should be nearby. Patricia Rucker, and also Helen Luster. So please make them welcome.
Thank you. Welcome to your Senate. Okay, any other introductions? Seeing no others, we'll move to the calendar of the day. Chairman Hobson, item number 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we go to item 1 on the calendar, I would like to hold on a motion to reconsider item 93, Senate Bill 2245, from yesterday's calendar on the motion to reconsider. And I'll ask you to join the chairman, Senator DeBar, on that motion.
No objection to the motion to be held. Join the chairman.
Thank you. Now I ask that we go to item 1 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2730, Mississippi Burn Care Fund, provide that the SBH shall equitably divide funds among all certified health centers.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I move that we adopt the committee substitute and ask that you recognize Senator DeBar to explain.
Senator DeBar, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2730 is just to codify what we did in our appropriations bill last year. If you recall, this deals with the burn care fund, which helps pay for uncompensated care, burn care for our patients and constituents around the state. Generally, there's about $1 million put into this burn care fund, and it's paid for using specialty care tags and private gifts. And it, like I said, it helps fund uncompensated care at 4 facilities we have currently. The Baptist Medical Center, UMMC, Region 1 up in Memphis, and University of South Alabama down in Mobile. Due to the tweaks with the burn care law and the burn care fund, last year we ended up putting language in the appropriations bill that allowed all 4 of these facilities to share an equitable part of the fund to help cover their uncompensated care. And so all this does is just codify the language to allow these 4 institutions who are providing care for burn patients to receive money from the fund. Otherwise, if we don't codify it, they'll have to keep putting it in the appropriations bill, and Senator Hobson doesn't like that. More importantly, Corbin doesn't like that. So that's all that is. I'll yield for any questions if there are any, Mr. President.
See no questions. The motion is?
Move for adoption of the committee sub.
Motion is to adopt the committee sub. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Barr.
If there are no questions, move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Okay, go to the finance calendar. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 2, have it retain its place on the calendar, go to item 3, Senate Bill 2568, and have the title read.
All right. Senator, before we read the title, Senator Jordan has an introduction, I think, if you don't mind. Senator Jordan, introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an introduction. Those from Valley State University, please stand wherever you are. Alumni Association all around. Let's give them a round of applause for being in our capital city today and in the Senate chamber.
Welcome to your Senate.
Thank you. Only the fitted will survive, and you'll survive, so you're fitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the senator has requested the title be read. Please read the title, Mr.
Senate
Clerk.
Bill 2568, motor vehicles require proof of liability insurance for a license tag or decal may be issued or renewed.
Make the usual motion.
Senator, make your usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt a committee sub, a strike-all, and recognize Senator Blackwell to explain the strike-all.
Senator Blackwell, do you have the committee? Do you have the strike-all?
Yes.
Okay. Is it on the screen? No. Okay, Senator Blackwell.
Right. Thank you, Mr. President. This strike-off, let me go back to the original bill. Mississippi ranks second in uninsured motorists across the nation. 43 other states have laws in place that you cannot get your car tagged until you provide proof of insurance. When I presented this in committee, there was a little bit of a heartache, and actually it took Senator Sparks to kind of help me. I couldn't understand the problem, but with these other states, it's a direct fee that they collect for their tag. Here, it's part of our ad valorem taxes. So we need to figure out a way how, if we're going to move forward with this, how we're going to do that. And so what the strike-all does is puts in place a study committee to take a look at this. And I think there's a list of the participants. And that's all this does is put together a study committee to take a look at the feasibility of moving forward. I'll yield for questions from Senator Hill.
Senator Hill, you do have a question?
First of all, Senator Blackwell, I appreciate your efforts to try to work on this because I've been filing the same bill, not the strike-all study committee, but the same bill to try to require some proof of liability insurance from getting a tag because it seems that the states around us are more serious about people having liability insurance. Would you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you be surprised to tell you that my son got rear-ended in his brand new truck Sunday, and the person that hit him did not have any liability insurance. Would that surprise you?
It wouldn't, I'm sorry to hear that.
So I guess my question is, how long are we going to study this, and when are we actually going to do something about it?
I agree with you. I hope for just the year in this off season. Hopefully we'll be back next year. Maybe we can co-author something.
Well, I appreciate that, but I think we've studied it enough, but I understand where you're coming from, and I appreciate your efforts.
Thank you, ma'am.
Senator Derek Simmons, do you have a question?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Simmons?
Yes, I will.
Senator Simmons?
Thank you, Mr. President. Certainly, thank Chairman Harkins for his leadership on this bill, and also your leadership, Mr. Chairman, for making this a study committee. The original bill, which required at the point that you get your tag for those employees in the county to verify that you actually had insurance before they issued your tag, that was a little concerning from as Chairman of County Affairs, and as this bill moves through the process and we start studying this issue, I'd just like to say that keep in mind that those county employees, they certainly, from what I'm hearing from the supervisors, don't want to put any additional duties and responsibilities on them, to require them to be the ones to determine whether or not a person has provided the proper insurance in order to get their tag. So if we'll just study that and keep that in mind, keep our counties in mind as we study this issue.
Yes, sir. We'll take that in consideration.
Yeah, but I certainly understand the issue that we have with uninsured motorists, and you have my full support to make sure that we try to not be number two, but try to improve the number of drivers on the road with insurance. But thank you so much for your leadership. Thank you, Chairman Hart.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wiggins, for a question?
Yes.
You yield, Senator Wiggins?
Yes, I will.
Senator Wiggins.
Along the same lines, I too thank you for looking at that. My question is if it includes this, but what I've seen, and I think a lot have seen, that actually in the courts, they either don't have insurance, they'll go have insurance, go buy it, and then they'll go to court, the citation will be dismissed, and then they go drop the insurance. Are those things to be looked at? Like, let's call it the enforcement side and the court side.
Yes, Senator. I think that'll take place during this study commission because that is a common occurrence that I'm hearing, is that people, or what happens if people come in today, show insurance, get their car tag, and then next month cancel it. So that's certainly a concern. I'm sure the other states have addressed this, and we'll delve into it.
Okay, because I think that would be a good thing to look at. So thank you very much.
Okay, I see no further questions. You
move for adoption of the strike all.
Move for adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Request passage by the use of morning roll call.
The senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, Senator Ladner, no. Anyone else, no. Seeing no others, please record all others present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Okay, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 4 and 5, have them retain their place on the calendar, and go to item 6, Senate Bill 2822, and have the title read.
Will pass and retain their place on the calendar. Item 4 and 5 go to item 6, Senate Bill number 2822. Please read the title.
Felony convictions for crimes directly related to alcoholic beverages.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
I move we adopt the committee sub and allow Senator Parks to explain the committee sub.
Senator Parks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this bill would do, it would give people the opportunity to not automatically be disqualified when being approved for a permit for the opportunity to sell alcohol in a restaurant or engage in the sale. And I'm happy to answer any questions, but the point I want to make here is that this is all nonviolent crimes, and this does not automatically give that person they're not automatically going to get that permit. It only gives them the opportunity to not automatically be disqualified. It gives them a chance to be considered by the ABC. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions on the committee sub? Any questions? Senator, if you recognize for a motion.
Adoption of the committee sub for final passage on the morning roll call.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, we do have a question first. Senator Seymour, question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Seymour?
Yes.
Senator Seymour, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, a guy that's been convicted numerous times of felony bootlegging, for a better term, he can still get a permit?
No, sir. He can be considered, but it does not entitle him to a permit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any other, seeing no questions, Senator, move that we adopt the committee sub. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Committee sub is adopted. Now, you've also moved that to use the morning roll call for final passage. So, any senator, yeah, use the morning
Yes,
roll
use
call
the
final
morning roll call.
passage.
Yes.
Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Hill, Senator Tate, Senator Seymour, Senator Ladner, Senator Parker. Anyone else? Senator Chisholm. Anyone else? Please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Harkins, item 7.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Parks. Yes, I'd like to skip item 7, have it retain its place on the calendar.
We'll pass and retain item number 7 and retain its place on the calendar. We'll go to the rules calendar. Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to ask that we pass items 8 through 20 and they retain their places on the calendar. And then my motion is going to be that we suspend the rules for the consideration of 5 items because they're time sensitive and that we take them up in block. Those are items 21, 22, 31, 32, and 33. And I'd like to give the members an opportunity to look at those and see if you'd like to set one of those aside.
Well, it was 21, 22, 31, did you say?
Yes, sir.
31 and
32 and 33.
33. Okay, we'll pass all the way through, pass retained on the rules calendar through item 20 and go in block items 21, 22, 31, 32, and 33. Does anyone object? Seeing no objection, we'll take those up in block. We'd like to have the title read.
Yes, please.
Please read the title of those items.
Senate Resolution Number 21, congratulate the JSU Sonic Boom of the South Marching Band for electrifying performance at Tournament of Roses Parade. Senate Resolution Number 22, congratulate Jackson State University women's softball team for first SWAC championship in over a decade. Senate Resolution Number 33, commend Mississippi Valley State University on commemoration of its 75th anniversary. Senate Resolution Number 34, recognize Callie Mueller as Miss Rodeo America 2025. Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 526, recognize legislative members of Kappa Alpha Psi and designate February 11, 2025 as Kappa Day at the state capitol.
Senator?
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Michelle.
Thank you. As I said, Mr. President, these are commendatory resolutions and they're time sensitive. We'd like to get these passed on the Senate floor for the members. They recognizing Jackson State and 2 of the resolutions, Mississippi Valley State, and one of them, Miss Rodeo America and Kappa Alpha Psi. So I move passage by the use of morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye.
May I please have immediate release on those items, Mr. President?
With no objection, immediate release is granted. Thank you. No objection, Senator. Okay, we'll go to a motion to reconsider calendar. Go to items. All right, let's see, 34 through 39 first. Does anyone wish to take 39? Okay. Senator? You're recognized.
Go to item number 39, call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2768, Judicial Redistricting and Revised Provisions Related to Chancery and Circuit Courts.
My motion will be to table the motion to reconsider and be allowed to explain, Mr. President.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. Senator Blackman held this. I've spoken with him. We talked, and we're going to work on the issue as this goes through. As I stated yesterday, the House and the Senate bills are going to go to conference, and we'll continue to work on that. And my understanding is he has no objection. That would be my motion, Mr. President.
To table the motion?
Yes, table the motion to reconsider.
Table the motion to reconsider. Seeing no question, the motion is to table the motion to reconsider. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Table the motion to reconsider passed. Okay, now item number 40. Senator
Thank you,
Robinson.
Mr. President. I ask the item be called up and the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2849, Economic Development Incentive and Require Agreements to Secure Employee Freedom and Privacy Regarding Unionization Decisions.
Senator Robinson.
Mr. President, I move to table the motion to reconsider.
Seeing no questions, the chairman moves to table the motion to reconsider. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion to reconsider is tabled.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right, now we'll go to the general calendar, item 41. 42. So 43, pass all of those? Okay, we'll go to item 44 then. Public property, pass and retain. Let me catch up with you guys. Hold on a second. Go to item 45, pass and retain. 46, highways and transportation, pass and retain. 47, government structure, item 47, pass and retain. 48, forestry, Senator McCon.
Mr. President, I would call up item number 48, Senate Bill 2892, and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2892, Mississippi Ireland Trade Commission established.
Mr. President, I would make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator McCon.
So this bill right here is Senator Harkin's bill that's moved through in the past. This year, we're bringing it forward again. It's the establishment of the Mississippi Ireland Trade Commission, with 210,000 citizens in Mississippi claiming Irish heritage, and that Ireland being the 12th largest foreign trade partner in Mississippi. This bill aims to set up a commission to further investigate and encourage trade with Ireland. You'll see the makeup of the commission there. Additionally, on the back, you'll see the eventual purpose of it, and that is to continue to advance bilateral trade and investment between the two countries. Mr. President, I would entertain questions at this time.
See no questions, Senator.
Mr. President, I would suggest use the morning roll call for final passage.
The senator suggests use morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. We'll go to item 49, Senator Bryan, pass and retain, and 50 as well. Keep going? Okay, thank you. So we'll pass and retain 51 and go to item 52, drug policy. Senator Turner. Wish to bring up item 52, Senate Bill number 2356.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request that item 52 on today's calendar be called up and the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2356, Uniform Controlled Substances Act, Revised Schedule 1.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Turner.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have copies of a letter dated September the 9th of 2024 that are being distributed to the senator's desk. Senate Bill 2356 is basically what is referred to as a tech bill coming from the federal government, whereby we conform our schedules to the recommendations that have been rendered by them. I will yield for questions. I'll just state that about 9 of these are fentanyl varieties. There are opioids, as well as hallucinogenics and stimulant drugs. I will yield for questions.
Are there any questions? We do have, no questions. So, motion.
Hearing none, I move adoption by use of the morning roll
The
call.
senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Thank you, Senator Turner.
And I request that we pass and retain on item 53.
Pass and retain item 53. Retain its place on the calendar. Senator Johnson for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the North Gallery, we have board members from the Mississippi Independent Association of Auto Dealers. If you would, please help me make them feel welcome.
Welcome to your Senate. Okay, we'll go to item 54, tourism. Senator Chasnow, item 54, Senate Bill number 2383.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to that item, call it up, and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2383, state vegetable, designate sweet potato as.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
I'd like to
All
recognize,
opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Chasnow.
sorry, I'd like to recognize Senator Suber, who will explain the bill.
Senator Suber, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and Mr. President. I actually brought props for this bill. We have the sweet potato. It's probably one of the greatest vegetables and probably the most healthy vegetable you can have. We have some surrounding states, Louisiana, that has adopted the sweet potato as their official state vegetable, and we can't allow that to happen. The sweet potato, I represent the sweet potato capital of the world, Vardaman, Mississippi, and I'm asking for your support to make the sweet potato the state vegetable. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Michelle, do you have a question?
Yes, please, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Michelle?
I do.
Senator Michelle.
Suber, is a tomato a fruit or a vegetable?
I've been told by my favorite Senator Chasnow it is a fruit.
So it would not be eligible to be the state vegetable, huh?
I think it still qualifies.
Thank you. Mixed identity.
Okay. I understand it may be both, according to the chairman. But anyway, Senator, motion.
If there's no further questions, I move for passage based on the morning roll call.
The senator suggests to use the morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call. Senator Wiggins, was it a question or?
No, unanimous. I can't leave my son hanging out there. Unanimous consent to be added as a co-sponsor.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, anyway, morning roll call's been suggested. Please add Senator Wiggins. Any senator object? Let's see. Please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed with Senator Wiggins as a co-author. All right, we'll go to item 55. Senator Chasnow.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to that item, call it up, and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2424, Entertainment Industry and Workforce Development Task Force create.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Chasnow.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Robinson to explain the bill.
Senator Robinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. In Mississippi, we're known as the birthplace of America's music. When you look at the data, it appears that Mississippi is not capitalizing on our entertainment sector. For example, in surrounding states like Tennessee, the music industry contributes $7.5 billion to the gross domestic product. and has created more than 70,000 jobs. In Florida, the music industry contributes almost $10 billion and has created 170,000 jobs. Texas music industry contributes over $8 billion and has created over 130,000 jobs. Georgia and Louisiana have recognized that the dollars spent in the entertainment industry creates a huge return on investment. In Mississippi, I'm sad to say that we don't even generate $1 billion annually from our music-related activity. Other states have done well, though, by capitalizing off of Mississippi's creative individuals and groups. Bill number 2424, the one you have in front of you, will create the Entertainment Industry and Workforce Development Task Force to put Mississippi in the place of greatest opportunity to invest in our intellectual infrastructure and put more people to work in our state. The Entertainment Industry and Workforce Development Task Force will examine the methods by which to grow the state's creative economy and to increase revenue for and from the entertainment industry. If there are no questions, I move for final adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, senator suggested use of the morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Thank you, Senator Robinson. All right,
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. We'll go to item 56, accountability. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass on item 56, go to item 57, Senate Bill 2575, have the title read.
All right, before we read the title, we have an introduction I think we need to do, if that's all right. Senator Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
On behalf of myself and Senator Albert Butler, we have with us Mr. Reggie Kane. If you'll stand up, Mr. Kane. Reggie Kane is the Chief of Police of Bude in Franklin County, and he's also one of Brookhaven's finest, where he serves as a detective. Thank you for your hard work, and Senate, let's make Sergeant Kane and Chief Kane feel welcome.
Welcome to your Senate. Now, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2575, Public Water Authority to expand the definition of qualified corporation.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this bill simply does, I know the last few years we've spent a good bit of time talking about the water system in Jackson. Had some good meetings this year. I was happy to see when I got down here this session that there's been some public relation work, by the third-party receiver to try to improve kind of the perception of the system. Just me personally as a consumer, I've been very pleased with the changes that have been made. And so this bill was brought to myself to recognize a problem that is going on right now. So the problem is, right now on a monthly basis, there's about roughly about $6 million of water receipts that are coming into the city of Jackson water system. There's about $9 million of expenses that are going out. And so there's $3 million of delta right there, or difference, that the third-party receiver has been paying to keep the bills in order. The way it was explained to me, and has been explained to my colleagues, including Senator Blunt and Senator Horn, is that the federal funds are divided into different pots. There's a pot that Ted Hennepin can use for PR. There's a pot that he can use for, we hoped he could use it for debt retirement, but we're still working on that issue. And the pot that he's been using to fix this delta and continue to pay that bill for the city is running out. And so he has requested that we add a small bit of language to the statute that will allow him to continue to pay that bill for the city of Jackson and keep the system solvent financially as he continues the work. So the language that's being added is on line, it's added in two places, but if you look at line 47, I'll start in 46. Qualified corporation means any not-for-profit corporation or association, and that the language we're adding is underlined, or for-profit entity formed solely for the purpose of complying with federal and state order. His opinion is that will allow him to access more of the federal money, use it as part of the federal and state order that's in place, from Judge Wingate as they kind of move down the road on this. This is no political implications, has nothing to do with anything going on. That's why I wanted to be sure. I spoke with my colleagues in Jackson, Senator Blunt and Senator Horn. This just simply keeps the finances going and keeps the system the way we need it to be while the work continues. So, yield for any questions.
I see no questions, Senator.
If there are no questions, my motion would be passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, Senator Norwood, no. Okay. Please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Thank you, Senator Parker.
Mr. President, I pass on items 58, 59, have them retain their place on the calendar.
Will pass and retain their place on the calendars 58 and 59. Senator Michelle, insurance, pass and retain. Item 60, wildlife, item 61. Pass and retain it, okay. Senator Blunt, for what purpose?
For an introduction, Mr. President.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Jackson delegation, I would like the Senate to please make welcome in the West Gallery, and I'd ask them to stand here. We have students from Tougaloo College and the Tougaloo High School Early College Program, and their instructor, Byram Alderwoman Rashonda Harris Allen, is here. Would y'all please stand and let the Senate make them welcome?
Welcome to your Senate. Senator Derek Simmons.
Introduction, Mr. President.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, in the North Gallery, we have a number of students with the Uplift Group. This is a leadership development program sponsored by Mississippi Power, and all of these students are students at our HBCUs in the state of Mississippi. If you all could stand in the North Gallery, I ask the Senate to make them feel welcome.
Welcome to your Senate. Senator Jackson.
Introduction, Mr. President.
You're recognized.
In the West Gallery, if Dr. Larry Webster of Coahoma Community College would stand, he's the Dean of Career and Technical Education, along with Dr. Kimberly Jones. She's the Director of Post-Secondary Student Organizations for the Mississippi Community College Board. Please make them feel welcome. Thank you.
Welcome to your Senate. Senator Hickman.
Introduction, Mr. President.
You're recognized.
Mr. President, I want to take a moment to personally embarrass one of my students and ask Mr. Jamarius Everett to please stand. He gets to deal with me a couple of nights a week, but he's here with the Tougaloo group. Senate, will you make him feel welcome?
Welcome to the Senate. Okay, any other introductions? Seeing none, we'll go to item 62, wildlife. Pass and retain item 62, retain its place on the calendar. We'll go to 63, pass and retain. Senator, will pass and retain its place on the calendar. Universities and colleges. Senator Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we will go to item 64 and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2216 IHL remove date of repeal.
Move the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Boyd.
Permission for Senator Williamson to explain the bill.
Senator Williams, you recognize to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2216 is simply removing a repealer. We've had a lot of conversation and we'll continue to have conversation on legislation this year about bids, pre-qualification, construction in that arena. Several years ago, we allowed IHL to opt out of some of the things that DFA were doing. They've been very good at doing that and executing on that, increasing efficiencies and decreasing costs. This simply removes the repealer in that bill. I yield for questions. With no questions, I would ask for use of the morning roll call for passage, Mr. President.
Seeing no questions, the senator has suggested use of morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Polk, Senator DeBar, Senator McMahon is voting no. Senator Hill is voting no. Senator Chisholm is voting no. Please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill has passed.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right, we'll go to University and College, item 65. Senator Boyd.
Ask that we pass and retain that item in the calendar.
We'll pass and retain 65. 66.
I'll ask that item 66, that the title, that we go to item 66 and ask that that title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2517, Mississippi Intercollegiate Athletic Compensation Rights Act and Uniform Athletics Agent Act, bring forward.
Senator, you make your usual motion.
Yes, Senator, sorry. Move the,
Make your usual motion.
motion.
Senator makes your usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Boyd.
Yes, Mr. President. This bill simply brings forth the code sections on NIL, which we did a complete revamp next year, but we have some movement going on at the federal level and the state level. And we need to keep these code sections open so that we can be nimble and respond during the legislative session. So that's an explanation of why we're doing this, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, oh, we do have one. Senator Norwood for a question.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
You yield, Senator Norwood. Senator Norwood.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Boyd. This only deals with the code section, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, Senator suggests you use morning roll call for final passage.
Yes.
Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Boyd.
Asked we go to the item 68 and ask that the title be read.
So we pass and retain 67.
sorry, yes.
And go to item 68. Please read the title.
523, Mississippi Commission on College Accreditation, update membership.
This bill comes.
Senator makes the
I'm sorry,
usual motion.
Make the usual motion, I'm sorry.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes has it. Senator Boyd.
Thank you. This bill comes to us as a request from the Mississippi Commission on College Accreditation. There are several proprietary schools in our state. These are for-profit colleges, and they were not a member of this association. And so this group of individuals at this Commission on College Accreditation asked us to add these 4 proprietary colleges so that they could be at the table when discussions were being had on these individuals. And there's 4 of them located around the state, in different parts of the state, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Seeing no questions, motion, Senator. Oh, we do have one. Senator Hobson, do you have a question?
I do, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Hobson.
Yes.
Senator Hobson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wondering if it's better just to put a number of representatives in case there are other proprietary schools that open up in Mississippi rather than naming. I can't see the whole bill, but I'm assuming you're naming the individual proprietary colleges in there.
We did not name those individuals. We did not name their schools. There would be one representative that represents those schools as commissioner. So right now, presently, there's just one person that represents the community college, one that represents the public universities, one that represents the private colleges, and then this would add one that represents the proprietary colleges.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, seeing no further questions, the senator suggests to use morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Bryan, no. Anyone else? Please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill is passed. We'll go to item 69, Senator.
I'm going to ask that we pass and retain that item on the calendar.
All right, we'll pass and retain, it's placed on the calendar, item 69. We'll go to item 70. Senate Bill number 2530, Senator.
Yes, that one. Okay. The next bill that is coming before us is the, sorry.
You call it up and ask the
Sorry.
title to be read? Yeah.
Call up Senate item number 70 and ask the title be read.
Yeah, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2530, certain mental health trainings and suggest services require community colleges and public universities to provide.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, now, Senator.
Yes, this is a bill that came out of the Mental Health Task Force in meeting with community colleges and universities across the state. Some of our community colleges and universities are rather advanced at looking at emergency response plans to mental health crises in our states, others not so much. And so simply what we've done is there's a cardiac response plan that all of them are required to have. And so we have added mental health to this, and we've also then outlined trainings that they would need to also have at the universities. All of these can be provided for free of charge by their community mental health centers. We've also made that found out that those services are available to them, as they were very forthcoming in telling us about the expansive number of mental health crises that they're having at the colleges and universities. So this is an efficient way to do this with virtually no cost to the community colleges or the universities to put this in place. That's an explanation of the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Senator Hill, do you have a question?
Yeah, a question.
Do you yield?
Yes.
Senator Hill? Senator Hill, you recognize.
I guess my question would be, instead of coming up with some type of comprehensive plan, couldn't the faculty or leadership of the university just email and do an in-service and tell the teachers and faculty if they come in contact with a mental health emergency that they need to just contact the crisis line or DMH or, I mean, because they're not going to be equipped to handle it on campus anyway. That's my thought. I mean,
well, and to your thinking, that's kind of exactly what the piece of legislation does. It basically it has the community colleges or universities determine who needs to be put in place to do this, but it's an emergency response plan of what they need to do. They have all of them have access to their community mental health centers, which can help them do a crisis intervention teams. Those were put into place last year, and they have a first aid mental health training that just lets them know who to call when something happens with this.
so it's not going to be anything set up on the campus
No, ma'am.
to handle the crisis.
It's just a team. It's like and while we did this as part of the cardiac response team, it's like if there's an emergency, here's what you do basically to
So if you have a suicidal student, they will have a 1, 2, 3.
Yes, this is what we do. This
Okay.
is what we do. And those cardiac teams, from what we're told, already know kind of how to do this with a cardiac situation. So this is simply saying if you've got a mental health situation, this is what they'll do as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, see no further questions. Senator, motion.
Use of the morning roll call.
The senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill has passed. We'll go to item 71, Senator Polk, Senate Bill 2496.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask that we pass item 71 and let it to the calendar.
Pass and retain item 71. It will retain its place on the calendar. We'll go to item 72, Senator.
I'd like to call up item 72, have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2498, subscription services, enact notice and acknowledgement, promote protections for consumers regarding automatic renewals.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Polk.
Mr. President, I'd like you to recognize Senator Johnson to explain.
Senator Johnson, you recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is in regards to automatic renewal of subscriptions. This does not include contract periods. And it just requires that any subscription service that auto renews in a period greater than 1 month will provide you with an invoice or notice that they plan to renew the subscription and charge you for that subscription. There's no penalties for this, for failing to do so in this current legislation. It's just saying that by law you are required to do so. And that is an explanation of what the bill does.
Okay, I see there is a question or two. Senator Williams, have a question?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield to Senator Williams for a question?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator. And we've discussed this. What are some examples of where this bill would be effective?
Yes, so any subscription service that you have, this again would not be like utilities or if you contract for something for 3 years but pay it semi-annually. If you're contracted to do it, it's not auto-renewing. It's just for a subscription service that auto-renews. So it could be, if you pay for Netflix on a monthly, it would be exempted. If you pay for Netflix on an annual, they would have to provide you with a notice that they are going to renew it.
Okay, so kind of like, I know that on my credit cards, I got enough internet bills, I've got to go every 6 months and look at them to clean them out because I don't know I have all those subscriptions.
Sure.
So in that arena?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President, I have an amendment at the proper time, please.
At the proper time. Senator McClendon, did you have a question? Okay, it's time for the amendment at this time. You have the amendment? It's on the screen? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I think the intent of the bill is good, especially with the internet and the advent of that, with all the subscriptions and things that we pay, we need to keep a good guard on that. My concern, and I've spoke with Senator Johnson about it, is that this casts a pretty wide net, and I think there's a couple of negative effects of this that could happen. One is we've got a lot of cottage industries in our state. I'm speaking directly, this amendment speaks directly to the life safety business. We've got a lot of companies that, surprisingly in a technology space, may not have the technology to send these notices very easily, so it can be encumbered upon them doing their business. In the life safety space, we have like life alerts that people may have around their neck. We have fire system monitoring. We have security monitoring. And if these were to be canceled unintentionally and get caught up in this net, we now have a life safety service that where someone's life could be cost. For instance, someone's got a life alert or something on their neck, and it's on a quarterly or an annual bill. And through the complications of this, an elderly person may not intend to, but inadvertently this may get canceled, or some mechanism that will cancel subscriptions could occur. And that's the reason I'm asking for an exemption for the life safety industry specifically in there, if you will. I can go into more detail and be glad to, but I'll yield for questions at this point, Mr. President.
All right, I see no questions, Senator.
I would encourage you to
adopt
the amendment. I'd make a motion to adopt the amendment, Mr. President.
All right, Senator Johnson, speak on the amendment.
I've spoken with Senator Williams about this. I'm not in favor of an exemption. I think that it does cast a wide net, but it does not cancel a subscription if you don't take action. You still have to take a conscious action to cancel a subscription. So if we open the door for exemptions, I'm sure many people can find reasons to exempt their business or their company, but this doesn't auto cancel. You would, even if you have a life alert or a security alarm or whatever it may be, the company just needs to notify you that they're going to renew you. It doesn't mean that they're going to cancel you or that you are auto canceled. You still have to consciously choose to cancel that subscription. So I don't support the amendment, but leave it up to the body to decide.
Okay, the motion is to adopt the amendment. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The noes appear to have it. The noes have it. Okay, amendment fails. Senator Johnson.
Move adoption using the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Hickman, no. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Okay, Senator Polk, item 73.
Mr. President, I'd like to skip item 73, let it retain its place on the calendar, and move to item 74.
Well, Senators suggested or asked that we pass retain item 73, go to item 74.
Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2508, mortgage brokers and lenders authorized to perform organization activities at a remote location.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
No.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Polk.
Mr. President, I'd like you to recognize Senator Parks to explain.
Senator Parks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this bill does is it's bringing the standards up for our non-mortgage lenders. This has already occurred in over 40 states currently. I want to help everybody understand this bill does not affect the banks. It is only amending the provisions applicable to the non-bank mortgage lenders and mortgage brokers. I'd also like to share just a statistic that over 70% of first purchase mortgages are initiated online or through mortgage lenders. That's a very large number. So I'm hopeful that we can be in favor of this bill today. At this time, I'd entertain any questions.
Senator Parker, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Parker for a
Yes.
question. Senator Parker.
So one thing that comes to mind up in our area in particular, we have a number of outside state groups or conglomerates that are buying up a lot of the real estate, say example from California, and converting a number of the homes into rental homes instead of just traditional mortgage homes. And what that's done is it's actually increased rental rates, it's decreased the availability of homes. And what I'm trying to understand on this is in this bill, is that going to make that type of activity easier, or will it make it harder, or will it change it at all?
This doesn't affect that at all. This is just strictly giving online lending, making it an opportunity in the state of Mississippi, which has nothing to do with converting one property to another property.
Okay, so it's just how the mortgage is obtained, and that type of thing. It has.
All this is doing is allowing someone not to have brick and mortar and be able to do it from their home.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, no further questions. The motion.
If none, I would ask for final passage on the morning roll call. No.
Okay, the senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. We'll go to item 75, elections. We'll pass 75 and 76, Senator. We'll pass and retain items 75 and 76, and they'll retain their place on the calendar. Senator McCon for introduction.
Introduction out of order, Mr. President.
You're recognized.
Mr. President, on behalf of former Senator Jennifer Branning, I'd like to welcome to the chamber up here a gentleman by the name of Lane Taylor. Lane's one of the Neshoba County folks. He's got his whole family here, so Senate, please make him feel welcome.
Welcome to your Senate. Okay, we'll go to item 77, labor pass and retain item 77. It'll retain its place on the calendar. Senator Fillingane, Judd V, item 78.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to go to item 78, called up and have the title read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 2204, Law Enforcement requires centralized registry for all reports of stolen agriculture-related items.
I make the usual motion.
The senator made the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you'll recognize Senator Berry to explain the strike all that we'll be presenting to the full Senate.
Senator Berry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what the strike all does is after talking to this bill basically requires other law enforcement agencies to notify the Department of Agriculture Livestock Theft Bureau when ag-related items are stolen. And so after talking to them, after we passed the bill in committee, they wanted to make a few changes in the verbiage and include not only agriculture-related vehicles, but livestock, timber, grain, and agriculture-related chemicals. They also wanted to add components and then require that the agency maintains a registry of stolen agriculture-related vehicles. That is the explanation of the strike all.
Senator Hobson, do you have a question on the strike all?
I do, Mr. President.
Do you yield to Senator Hobson?
Yes, I do.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you. Did you say strike all?
Yes, sir.
Strike all.
Is this a strike all or a committee substitute?
Strike all. He said strike all.
All right. And the question is, if you've got ag theft or property, agricultural related property that's stolen, personal property, who handles the prosecution of those cases?
Mr. Jed B. Chairman. My law degree runs out, but I believe it depends on the jurisdiction. So it'd be county, city, or possibly state, depending on who does that. But most of that, I would suspect county.
Would it assume it would depend on the amount or the value of it as to whether or not it would be the district attorney or the county prosecuting attorney?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay. Is there any time when the state, the AG, or anyone from the state would handle the prosecution of those theft claims?
Let me confer. I believe that they could if the local DA chose not to. Typically, that would be handled, I believe, on the local DA level.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Berry.
All right. Seeing no further questions, motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator McClendon, do you have a question?
Yes, please.
You yield, Senator McClendon.
Yes.
This would include pecans?
Pecans are not, well, let's see here. Grain, so if pecans are considered a grain, then it could potentially include pecans.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Barr, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator
Yes, sir.
Barr, for a question? Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, just haven't seen the strike all. So this requires our law enforcement to mandatorily report the theft?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes. It's with the hope for better communication to be aware and recover items.
Yeah, and I think that's a good thing, but is there any consequences for failure to report?
No.
So there's no penalties or fines levied?
No, but
against the law? Okay.
it just says they shall report.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Bryan, for what purpose?
A question.
Do you yield, Senator
I do,
Bryan?
yes.
Senator Bryan.
I understood you to say this does not include pecans.
Well, I didn't say explicitly. If pecans are considered grain, I would think that they would be included in this bill.
What about macans?
Macans. I would say no.
That would be an Irish pecan, right? So, okay, Senator.
At this time, I move for adoption of strike all by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use, ask for adoption of the strike all. All in favor
Yes.
say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. And now, final passage.
By use of the morning roll call. Thank you, sir.
The senator suggests use morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all, no, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Hickman, I see you have your button punched.
Introduction, Mr. President.
You're recognized.
Mr. President, joining us in the gallery is Dr. Nikita Ashworth, who is Vice President of Enrollment at East Mississippi Community College. And might I add, she's doing an amazing job. You guys put your hands together and make her feel welcome to the Senate.
Welcome to your Senate. Okay, no one else will go to item 79. Judge A, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 79, and my motion will be that we move it to the heel of the calendar.
Motion is that we move item 79 to the heel of the calendar. Anyone object? No objection to item 79. Senate Bill 2472 will be moved to the heel of the calendar.
And, Mr. President, I ask that items 80 and 81, that we pass those and they retain their place on the calendar.
We'll pass and retain items 80 and 81. They'll retain their place on the calendar. We'll go to item 82, County Affairs. Senator Simmons.
Mr. President, I ask that we skip that item and allow it to retain itself on the calendar.
We'll pass and retain its place on the calendar on item 82. Go to item 83, Senator Simmons.
Mr. President, I'd like to go to that item, call it up, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2661, Child Protection Services, require provision of adequate and habitable office space for local offices.
I make the usual motion.
The senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, Senate Bill 2661 amends Section 432611 of the Code to require the Board of Supervisors of each county to provide adequate and inhabitable office space for local offices for the Department of Child Protective Services. They requested this bill, and the supervisors are not opposed.
Okay, are there any questions? Seeing no questions, entertain a motion, Senator.
Mr. President, actually, we adopt the bill by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Thank you, Senator Simmons.
Pass and retain on item 84, Mr. President.
Pass and retain item 84, retain its place on the calendar. Go to 85, Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask that we skip items 85 and 86, retain their place on the calendar, call up number 87, have a title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2176, interim superintendent's modified rule in state of emergency is lifted.
Senator
Make the
DeBar.
usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill comes at the request of the Department of Education regarding districts of transformation or districts that have been declared state of emergency by the governor. Nothing changes the process. However, what this bill does is allows for the interim superintendent who has been running the district to remain in place for 1 year after they have been removed from that state of emergency and the districts return to local control. They shall remain as an advisory position to help the new superintendent and board run their district once they have been removed from that state of emergency. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll yield for any questions, Mr. President.
See no questions, Senator. Wait a minute. I do have one. Senator Hill, you have a question?
I do.
You yield, Senator Hill.
Yes, I do.
Senator Hill.
So the state would be paying the interim, correct? And the district would be paying the new superintendent?
Yeah, nothing yet. Just adding the interim staying on 1 year.
Okay. Has this been a problem? Like, because I honestly hadn't kept up with how many have been returned to the districts.
We don't have, I think we have, I can think of one that's still under state control, that's a state of emergency.
Okay.
And it really hasn't been a problem, but I think it's something to help transition back to local control, and that's the reason the department's asked for it.
I don't know one way or another whether I
Well, we
agree
don't want the
with-
district to revert back to the way it was before it was taken
Yeah,
over.
I get it.
And that's what this person would do, would just advise them on the best practices moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill.
No further questions. The motion, Senator.
I move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Item is passed. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call the next item up and have the title read.
Item 88, Senate Bill 2177. Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2177, Vocational Education, Modified Description of Programs Eligible for Payments Out of State Appropriations.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is another department bill, and what it is, this applies only to our VOTEC teachers, our ag teachers. They're paid on a different, I guess, schedule as the teachers and so forth, because ag teachers and VOTEC teachers do teach during the summer. So what this bill does is allows those teachers that teach in these areas to be paid. With the advent of some districts adopting the modified school calendars, these folks are teaching throughout the summers and different times of the year. And this just changes the language to allow them to be paid like they should be, because without it, they're not being paid at proper increments, is what the department indicates. So that's all this does. The effective language is on line 48 of the bill. And so that's the explanation. I'll yield for any questions, Mr. President.
See no questions. Senator, motion.
Move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that item 89 be passed and retain its place on the calendar.
Pass and retain item 89. It will retain its place on the calendar. We'll go to item 90, public property. Senator Williams. Yeah, you ready? Item 90, Senate Bill 2291.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask that item 90, Senate Bill 2291, be called up and the title read, please.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 2291, State Agency Property Authorized DFA is central leasing agent for all state agencies.
Usual motions.
Senator makes usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Williams.
I'd like to ask that Senator Blunt be allowed to explain the bill.
Senator Blunt, you recognize to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe we have a committee substitute we need to adopt, so I move adoption of the committee sub.
Okay, if you would please explain and then we'll vote.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I think what I'd like to do, if I could, is, well, I'll explain the committee substitute, and then we have an amendment after we adopt the committee substitute, which I'll try to explain. This is a bill that we passed last year that the Senate first passed a very similar version of 14 years ago as it relates to office space leasing in the Metro Jackson area. It's a great big thick bill, but the only thing that is essentially new in it is in Section 1. And what Section 1 does is take the leasing authority for each individual state agency and give it to DFA. The reason for that is we believe that with a holistic approach, looking at all these leases all together, that there are opportunities for savings and centralization and shared space, which will result in savings to the taxpayer. And by taxpayer, I mean whether you're a general fund agency or a special fund agency. So let me go through the committee sub real quick to point out the highlights. Another important factor that the bill would do is it would say that the state agencies, if moved or consolidated by the Department of Finance and Administration, would be located within the Capital Complex Improvement District if that rent is less than what they're paying now. If there's no savings to the taxpayer, that relocation would not be required. It would also attempt to get everybody on the same lease terms to allow for opportunities to put people together. There was another bill in the Senator Williams committee from Senator Johnson that took the next logical step that I think we're all going to see when this happens, if this happens, is we're going to start looking at staff and opportunities for contracting, whether it's the copier, the internet, whatever it may be. So we've added language regarding staff and administrative support in the committee sub on line 75. I'll just point out that there are, this is a list we got from DFA. I went through it line by line with the Bureau of Buildings over there at DFA. There are currently more than 1 million square feet in privately owned office space being leased right now in the Hinds, Madison, and Rankin County area. The state is currently paying a little more than $14 million a year in rent for that space. All of those agencies would be subject to this bill. If there are agencies in Hinds, Madison, or Rankin County that are there specifically to serve the citizens of Madison, Rankin, or Hinds County, they will not be moved. So if there's a facility in Brandon or in Canton that is the equivalent of a county facility in any other county in the state, those folks are going to stay in Brandon or in Canton. But there's a lot of money here. There's a lot of opportunity for savings, and we need one agency, the director of which is appointed, of course, by the governor, to look at this and get our arms around it. So that's an explanation of the committee sub. Mr. President, I do have an amendment, but at this time I would move that we adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
Senator moves we adopt the committee sub. Any questions? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Excuse me. The ayes have it. Committee sub's adopted. Senator Blunt.
There's an amendment on the desk, I believe, Mr. President.
Okay.
There are a few technical changes to the committee sub that are in here. Most specific, I guess the biggest policy question here is that we did insert language at the end of section 1 to also require DFA to submit a report annually to the chairman of the Public Property Committee in the Senate and in the House to provide information if they believe the purchase of a building is in the best interest of the state. The bill does not authorize a purchase. Of course, as you know, to purchase a building, the legislature has to give permission and provide funding. That's not in this bill, but we will require DFA, if they see an opportunity out there, to provide that information annually to the chairman. The rest of the changes in the amendment to the committee sub are just fixing typos and technical changes. That's an explanation of the amendment, Mr. President. I'm happy to answer any questions on the amendment.
Any questions on the amendment? If not, Senator, you move for adoption of the amendment.
I do move adoption.
Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Senator, final passage.
I think we're on final passage. I hope I've explained the bill, but I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody may have on the bill, Senate Bill 2291.
Senator Polk for a question. You yield?
I do yield.
Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator.
Yes,
I've
sir.
had to become cognizant of handicap parking and entrance and exit lately.
Right.
And I have found that some of our buildings that we're leasing no way come close to meeting ADA standards.
Sure.
So I called DFA, and it turns out that under current policy, that the agency itself is responsible for okaying that type operation. Does this bill in any way make it the true authority of DFA to make sure all that is correct too?
I would say that DFA is going to do that. I think you've got 100 agencies out there doing 100 different things with very little guidance or oversight. I think DFA would do that. That issue is not specifically addressed in the bill. Certainly I would support that, but it doesn't make any specific provision to DFA in terms of something that would be required in a lease with DFA in a private building owner.
Well, the Business Banking and Finance Commission and Real Estate Commission are in a building that did not meet the ADA.
Okay.
And so far, they've not gotten very far in trying to get that corrected, which we need to make sure happens.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Polk.
Okay, seeing no further questions, this senator suggests to use morning roll call for final passage. Does any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator, if you would, I think now would be a good time for lunch. So if you don't mind waiting until after lunch, Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we stand in recess till 1:30.
Senator stand in recess till 1:30. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator stands in recess till 1:30.
Okay. All right.
Oh, man, what happened to my calendar?
So like there was an expiration date on that one paragraph, and we just took it.
Okay.
I'd like to call the Senate to order. Senator Williams, you recognize item 91.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to skip items 91 and 92, have them retain their place on the calendar, go to item 93 and ask the title be read.
91 and 92 retain place on the calendar. 93, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2300, construction contracts, bring forward code sections for possible amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. User motions.
Makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed?
Aye.
No, opposed, no. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, sir. I'd like permission to explain the bill, please.
You're recognized to explain the bill.
As we've gone through different bills this session, this is a design build bill. I had a pre-qualification bill up here the other day, and I'm going to kind of explain what a design build is before I yield for any questions. Design build is a project delivery method in which a single entity, the design builder, is responsible for both the design and the construction of the project under one contract. The key features of a design build is, number one, it's a single contract, not multiple contracts. The owner, in this case would be the government agency, signs one contract with the design build team instead of separate contracts for design and construction. Faster project completion is a benefit of a design build project because design and construction happen simultaneously. Projects can be completed faster than traditional methods. Cost efficiency. With a single team managing the entire project, costs are often lower due to fewer delays, reduced administrative burdens, and better coordination. Less risk for the owner. The design builder takes on the risk of cost overruns, schedule delays, and design errors, reducing the burden of the owner. Flexibility and execution. This approach encourages innovation and allows for adjustments during the project without extensive change orders. In other words, the traditional method, if you have a change or something you want to change, you go out to the designer, the architect, which may not be a company, we're going to do it, but it may not be a company that's present. Now you go across the hall if it's a design build. Typically, they're under the same roof. Again, speaking to greater efficiency, greater throughput times for construction projects, and a better product for the citizens of Mississippi is the purpose of inserting the design build language into the code. I'll yield for questions, Mr. President.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
You have for a question, Senator Williams?
Yes, I do.
Senator Hill, you're recognized for a question.
Up in the top of the bill in the strike-through version, it listed several different types of projects that could be used for design build, but all that was struck out. So basically, they can just use it for anything if this bill passes, if they feel like this is the proper way to go about the project.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. Another tool in the toolbox, if you will.
Okay, but they don't have to, they just can choose to do this, right?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, thank you.
If there are no other questions, I'd move for passage by use of the morning roll call, Mr.
I
President.
think we have a committee substitute on this.
My apologies. Yes, we do have a committee substitute. I need to...
Well, first, let's ask if there are any questions on the committee substitute, and we'll go back to that.
Okay. Questions on the committee substitute?
Seeing none, all right, Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Moves to pass the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. Now we're ready.
Back on the bill, I would suggest usage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Procedure. Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none.
Thank you, Mr.
Bill
President.
passes by use of the morning roll call.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask if we could suspend the rules and go back to item number 91.
The motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on 91. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask that Senator Thompson be allowed to explain the bill.
Senator Thompson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 2302 would authorize the Mississippi Department of Transportation to transfer 2 parcels in downtown Gulfport to the city. To explain, these 2 parcels were purchased shortly after Hurricane Katrina along 28th Avenue. At the time, the Department of Transportation anticipated that the Mississippi Port Connector Road would be built along 28th Avenue. It was ultimately determined to build the Port Connector Road 2 blocks further west along 30th Avenue. So these 2 parcels are no longer needed by MDOT. However, the city has used these parcels during weekend festivities, had bands, and has a temporary stage that they put up on the parcels from time to time. There's been some concern about whether or not that's a proper use of state property. So to eliminate the issue or alleviate the issue, the proposal is to allow MDOT to transfer those 2 parcels to the city of Gulfport. That's a brief explanation of the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill. Senator Hobson, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Yield for a question, Senator
Of course.
Williams. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Thompson. Has MDOT indicated they do not need this parcel for future development?
Yes, sir. I meant to mention that. I've checked with Director White, and he does not oppose the transfer of the property. There's no longer a need for it.
The commissioners agree with that too?
I checked with Commissioner Busby, reached out to him, but I have not heard back.
Okay, and how about, has the city of Gulfport passed a resolution or made indications that they would accept this property?
Yes, they want it.
And maintain it?
Yes.
And what if MDOT needed it for future, if they decided to build a thoroughfare along this, I know what you're talking about, if they decided to build a thoroughfare at some point later on, is there a reverter clause back to the state if they need it for state use?
There's not, and at this point, the Port Connector Road, they've got projects on 30th Avenue to build that road, to widen the intersection. They've got federal money and state money to do that. So I think that they're past using this 28th Avenue corridor.
Would we want to put it in there that this conveyance is subject to reverter, that if it's not utilized by the city, if the MDOT wanted it back, they'd have either right of first refusal, or they would have the opportunity to revert to them?
My only concern with that would be is that the city's already made some investments on these properties. They've put some electrical utilities for some vendor spaces. They've put in some irrigation. If they're going to continue to maintain and develop the property, I don't know that it would be proper for it to be able to revert back to MDOT.
Then
But if
right
they're
of
going
first
to,
refusal.
if the city determined to dispose of the property,
Yeah,
then MDOT would have the right of first refusal?
Yeah. Would you have any objection to that?
No, I would not have any objection to that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Senator. I might offer that as a amendment, unless I don't know where this stands in the process, or if the chairman would know if the House has a similar vehicle, no pun intended.
I don't know the status of that. I know that there was a bill introduced on the other side, but I do not know if it's made it out of committee.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Several properties that are mirrored, but this is not. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah. Okay, I guess.
You can't hear?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Senator Hobson, you recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is simply to add a right of first refusal for MDOT should the city of Gulfport ever decide to sell the property in case they would need it for some future expressway or roadway in that area or any other means. It would give them the right of first refusal before Gulfport would sell it. I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Questions on the amendment?
If none, I move adoption of the amendment.
Move adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there are no further questions, I move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Recorder is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator?
I'd like to go item number 92, Senate Bill 2297. Ask the title be read, Mr. President.
We have to go back on the calendar, sir. You have to make a motion to go back on the calendar.
I'm sorry. I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules and go back to item number 92 on the calendar.
Motion
sir.
is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're ready now on 92. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2297, concurrent jurisdiction provide for between federal and state governments over certain lands.
Usual motions.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator?
I'd like to ask that Senator Delano be allowed to explain the bill.
Senator Delano, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, down at Key Sawyer Air Force Base, we're building the Mississippi Cyber and Technology Center. To accomplish that, the U.S. government is leasing the land to the state and thereby will move their fence to the outside of this new boundary. The land is still owned by the federal government, and there is an issue where the federal government requires the state to take over jurisdiction for purposes of court and criminal prosecutions and the such. We have a memorandum of understanding from the attorney or from the governor's office to the Air Force. However, the governor's office asked for us to bring this bill forward, and what it says is that when the United States government or any agency, department, or branch of the military provides a notice in writing to the governor stating the intent to relinquish the jurisdiction, then the state would be able to pick that up, and in this particular case, the state would do a memorandum of understanding with the city of Biloxi to take over the police and fire protection for that area. This is only when the U.S. government relinquishes control. It doesn't affect any other properties in the state, and it's specific. While this bill is not specific to Key Sawyer Air Force Base on the face of it, this is only affecting Key Sawyer Air Force Base by the passage of this. So I will yield for any questions if there are any. If there are no questions, I move for adoption through the use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Or is voting no? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Williams. Thank you, Senator Delano. We're on item 94. Barnett? Pass. 95. Pass and retain 94. Senator DeBar, you're recognized. Senate, we're on 95.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2601, Education Scholarship Camp Program, make certain changes to.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask the call up the committee sub, and I be recognized to explain.
Recognized to explain the committee substitute, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill dealing with their education scholarship accounts, funds. It combines what Peer has recommended through their process as well as two other items. And I'll go through the bill itself, calling out line numbers and so forth. So basically, it allows parents, guardians, or schools, they may request reimbursement for qualifying expenses after a student returns back to their public school. This is on line 159. Unused ESA funds will be returned to the student's home school district if the student returns before the end of the school year. If they don't return to the home school district, any remaining funds, for example, they could be homeschooled, the remaining funds will be sent to the general fund. Line 186, this is where currently there's a 500 student cap on the scholarship fund. We're removing that. We're going straight to a direct appropriation, and the number, whatever appropriations being made, that will allow the number of students to go into the program, to the scholarship fund. This is important because if you recall last year, we passed a bill which required that parents get their child accepted into the fund before they could get a scholarship. And because of that, we have a clear idea of what the waiting list is. Currently, there's about 155 kids on the waiting list for this scholarship. This, working with the appropriations chairman, we're going to eliminate the waiting list by increasing the scholarship amount from its present amount of $3 million to $5 million, and that will eliminate the waiting list that is currently outstanding. Line 239, currently the Department of Education can receive up to a 6% administrative fee for overseeing and administrating the program. We're removing that. We figured with the amount of funds that the department receives, they can cover the cost of this in-house without the fee. Line 261, the department must implement a process to determine the eligibility of all non-public schools that participate. 278, the schools must inform parents of other scholarships that might be available, such as dyslexia scholarships or the Nate Rogers scholarships, as well as just the ESA to help cover all the costs. Line 289 requires ESA students to take the same assessment at the beginning of the year and that they take at the end of the year. So it's the same beginning and end. 290, we limit the tests that are taken to nationally recognized and standardized achievement test or state board approved tests. Line 292 provides flexibility to students with disabilities to take alternative performance tests. And line 36 requires schools or parents, when applying for the ESA scholarships, they must submit the special education services information along with pre and post-test assessment data to the department. So that's the explanation of the bill. Like I said, this combines what Peer recommended as well as a couple other things, removing the cap and plussing up the amounts. So I'll yield for any questions if there are any, Mr. President.
Questions? Questions? Seeing none, you're ready, Senator.
Move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
It's a substitute.
Move for adoption of the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready, Senator.
If there are no further questions, move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Voting no. Present. Senator Turner Ford, present. No. Senator Turner Ford, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes with the senator noted, voting no. 96, Senator?
I ask that we skip that item and it retain its place on the calendar.
96 retains its place on the calendar. Senator Boyd? Pass and retain. Senator Carter? Pass and retain. Senator Johnson? Pass and retain. Senator Polk? Senator Johnson, are you bringing forward? Sir? After Polk, okay. So 100 and 101 retain their place on the calendar. Senator Polk, pass and retain, okay. Senator Parker, pass and retain. Senator Johnson, now you're ready at 104, sir. One moment, please. Hey, Senator Johnson, now we're recognized. Now you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 104, Senate Bill 2573, and ask its title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2573, Department of Tourism create.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask you to recognize Senator Thompson to present this bill.
Senator Thompson, you're recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, Senate Bill 2573 would create the Mississippi Department of Tourism. Currently, our Division of Tourism is housed under the Mississippi Development Authority. The Mississippi Development Authority would, under this bill, essentially transfer their PINs to create the Mississippi Department of Tourism. The reason for the bill is because of the importance that tourism plays to the state of Mississippi. It's our fourth largest industry, and there are many in the tourism industry who feel that having a dedicated Department of Tourism would help develop and perpetuate the tourism industry in Mississippi. We've passed this bill at least twice that I'm aware of. I believe last year it passed 51-1. I'm happy to answer any questions about the bill or do a section-by-section review of the bill, but it's the same bill that we've passed out of here the past 2 or 3 years. Happy to answer any questions. If not, I move for passage on the morning roll call.
Okay, Senator, we have questions today. Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Are you here for a question, Senator Thompson?
course.
Please proceed, Senator Wiggins.
Since you're handling the bill, I hope the answer is yes to my questions. But I see that the short title, they appoint an executive director and all. How will it interact with the coast tourism group that we have? And when I say that, I mean we're not taking control from them or anything like that, are we?
No, quite the opposite. The bill in Section 8 creates the Mississippi Tourism Association Advisory Board, which includes members of the local DMOs who would be involved in that, or members of that board.
Okay, so they'll work together, and the DMOs will, from all across the state, will be part of that.
Correct.
Okay. And is it contemplated that money, depending on wherever that comes from, would be the one entity, or will the DMOs continue to have or receive funds directly?
No, the DMOs, it'd be very similar to the way it's set up now, but it would, instead of going through MDA, it would just go through this Department of Tourism.
Okay. And so we're taking it out from under MDA and making them a standalone entity, which gives them more flexibility, I would think. Is that right?
That's the intention, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator Polk, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
You
President.
yield, Senator Thompson?
Of course.
Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. If we remove the tourism from MDA, where it's parked now, you're saying that we only will move the pins from the current tourism department from MDA to a tourism agency. Is that correct?
from MDA to the Department of Tourism.
Okay. In trying to understand this, is MDA prohibiting the tourism division from doing some things they'd like to do? I mean, what's the purpose actually of trying to do this?
The purpose is to try to have an agency that's dedicated to promoting Visit Mississippi and tourism and the tourism industry in the state of Mississippi. I understand there have been some issues from the DMO's perspective as far as navigating MDA, but the idea is that Visit Mississippi would have its own dedicated agency.
So it's really the DMOs that are not happy with the way it is now.
I don't know that I'd say they're unhappy, Senator Polk. I would say that there's a strong desire to create this dedicated agency.
Has anyone worked with MDA to try to solve the problem before we pass this bill?
I believe there have been efforts in the past to try to work with MDA and address some of the issues they were having, but this would sort of short circuit some of that and create this dedicated agency.
But in its place, without some other supervision, we could end up seeing tourism department growing in personnel and expenses. Is that correct?
I think that's yes, sir, correct. But that's also our job as a legislature to make sure to keep them right-sized.
And I understand that, but we fail in that many times in many agencies. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Senator Polk. Senator Brumfield, for what purpose, sir?
For a question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question, sir?
Yes, sir.
Senator Brumfield, you are recognized for a question on this bill.
Mr. Chairman, with this bill, the legislation you're introducing, is there a cost associated to different counties for, just say, this department?
Yes, sir. We did request a fiscal note. It came back at 1.2 million. However, it also created 18 additional pins. My understanding is that this department would not need that many additional pins to fill some of the procurement and other shared responsibilities that are currently housed at MDA. So we're not proposing creating additional pins at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Senator Chasnow, for what purpose?
For a question.
Will you for a question, Senator Thompson?
Of course.
Senator Chasnow is recognized for a question on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you and I have talked about this bill for a number of years. Is that not correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you satisfied that the professional people, that is the people who actually are in control of the tourism mechanisms throughout the state, you're happy that they will be comfortable with this arrangement and you feel like it's the best interest for tourism?
Yes, ma'am. I think there's been more support now for the bill than there was in years past, for sure.
And you had just mentioned a few minutes ago that this is the fourth largest economic driver for the state of Mississippi. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
So you now believe that this is something that deserves to have an agency of its own. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I mean, we're looking at 44 million visitors, spending about $11.5 billion annually, and that's part of the efforts of Visit Mississippi and the folks who work there. And the intent of this bill and the intent of creating this agency would be to have those efforts focused on building those numbers, on creating more revenue from this vital industry.
Thank you, Senator Thompson.
Senator Seymour, thank you, Senator. Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
Of course.
Senator Seymour, you're recognized for a question on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, what percentage of the MDA's tourism fund is going to be allocated to this new program?
It would be all of it.
All of it?
Yes.
Not just a portion?
Yes, sir. All of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Seymour. Other questions on the bill? Other questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator?
Move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Voting no. Anyone voting Senator Polk? No. McMahon? No. Butler? No. Anyone else? Seymour? No. Brumfield? No. Hill? No. Chisholm, no. Norwood, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Voting present? Anyone voting present? Seeing none, the bill passes as noted. Senator Blunt, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. For an introduction, please.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, in the North and West galleries, we have members of the Mississippi Early Learning Alliance. This is Early Childhood Day in Mississippi. They're here at the Capitol. I'd ask them please to stand, and my colleagues please to make them welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate your work giving our children a good, fast start. So thank you very much. Senator Boyd.
Introduction.
Please proceed.
In the gallery today, please help us welcome President Dan Ennis from Cleveland, Mississippi, and we're proud to have you today representing Delta State.
Good to have you here. Thank you very much. Okay, we're back on the calendar. Senator Bryan. We're on 105, Senate.
I'd like to pass item 118 and ask that it retain its place on the calendar.
That's 105, sir?
Yes, I'm sorry.
105 retains its place on the calendar. Senator Barnett?
Mr. President,
Yes.
since I'm at the podium, I'd like to enter a motion to reconsider on Senate Bill 2750, which passed yesterday.
2750. Motion to reconsider, Mr. Clerk. Hold on one second. We're going to have to pull it back up.
Yeah.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2750, DMH, required to promulgate performance standards and perform periodic audits to assess community mental health centers.
To the chairman. Senator Barnett? Pass and retain. Senator Delano, we're on 107, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2426, number 107 on today's calendar.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2426, Artificial Intelligence Task Force, create and prescribe responsibilities of.
I'd like to ask for usual motions.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed. Senator Delano.
Mr. President, I'd like to recognize Senator Bart Williams to handle the bill.
Senator Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2426 creates the Artificial Intelligence Regulation Task Force, known as AIR. Last month, you may be aware the governor did an executive order on artificial intelligence, and this task force will come along behind what the governor has done and complement that as we go forward. The task force, I kind of want to go down through the breakdown fairly quickly. There will be 7 members on the task force, 1 appointed by the lieutenant governor, 1 appointed by the Speaker of the House. The executive director of ITS or his or her designee will be on this. The director of Maine Mississippi Artificial Intelligence Network will sit on this board. The executive director of the Mississippi Office of Homeland Security will sit, or their designee. The adjutant general of the Mississippi National Guard, or their designee, will sit on this board, and the attorney general of Mississippi, or their designee, will sit on this board. We did a lot of research in trying to come up with a board to look at AI regulation. The 3 duties and responsibilities of this board are this: studying and evaluating artificial intelligence applications and associated risks, developing policy recommendations to ensure responsible, ethical, and transparent use of AI, and reporting its findings to the legislature on an annual basis. This task force will sunset December 31, 2027. We don't look for it to be an infinite life that it's needed. We will do research. The people on this board will do research and come back with regulations on AI. As you're aware, there are a lot of bills that are still circulating out there in and around artificial intelligence. Again, this task force will help examine that. As we went through the nation, there are task forces that have 25, 30 members on it. we felt a smaller task force would be more agile. The ability to put ex officio members on here, you notice education is not one of the main members, but they can be added to that. A lot of this task force is modeled after Georgia's bill. What they did was had 8 sessions where they brought specific industries in, healthcare, education, military, et cetera, and doing that. The task force will have the ability to be agile and move in that direction. With that, I will yield to questions, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, ready for your motion, sir.
I would like to request passage by usage of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no.
I would like to request, I'm sorry, Mr. President.
Present? None. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call.
I would like to request immediate release, Mr. President.
Immediate release has been requested. Seeing no objection is granted. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
108, Senator.
Mr. President, I'd just like to acknowledge the work that Senator Williams has done on this issue over the last couple of years. Thank you, sir. 108, 109, I would like to pass and retain, please.
Pass and retain 108 and 109. Senator Turner Ford. Senate, we're on 110. Thank you, Senator Williams. That's a complicated issue. We appreciate your work.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request that item 110 on today's calendar be called up and the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2355, Kratom, add to Schedule 3 of the Uniform Controlled Substances Act.
Make the usual motion.
The senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is a committee sub. I will move adoption, and I request permission to explain.
Committee substitute, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute, Senator.
Thank you. Kratom products are marketed or advertised as having various benefits from use, such as therapeutic benefits to being stimulants or depressants, as well as pain relief. Because of the lack of scientific evidence, those are deemed as potentially deceptive claims. This information was provided based on a study that was published by the University of Mississippi, and information was also provided by an associate professor who is leading a study at the University of North Texas Health Center at Fort Worth. Kratom is not an FDA-approved drug, nor is it recognized as a stimulant. In other words, there's little to no supervision in its production. This piece of legislation seeks to add kratom to Schedule 3, which proposes to curtail addiction, overdose, and death, which has devastated many families. This issue has been a problem on the local level. It's been debated on the state level as well as on the federal level. And what the committee sub proposes to do is to add those chemically synthesized kratom products, which have in excess of 1% of harmful alkaloids to the schedule. With that being said, Mr. President, I will yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Tate, you're recognized for what purpose, sir?
So, natural question.
You, Senator?
I
Senator
do
Tate,
yield.
you're recognized for a question on this bill.
So, natural kratom, this bill does nothing, it doesn't touch that. This is just the synthesized version, right?
That's correct. In the plant form, or if it is chemically synthesized but less than 1% of the harmful agents, it would not be scheduled.
It doesn't affect that at all.
It does not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tate. Senator Horn, for what purpose?
Introduction out of order.
One moment, we'll finish this bill. I'll come back to you. Senator Blackwell?
Thank you, Mr. President. Question?
Question, Senator? Were you for a question?
I do, Mr.
Senator
President.
Blackwell, you're recognized.
Does your bill require the removal of these products from, these gas stations, convenience stores?
If it exceeds the 1% and it is chemically synthesized, yes, it would have to be removed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions on the bill? Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You go, Senator?
I do, yes, sir.
Senator Norwood?
Along the same lines as Senator Blackwell, do you have a time period that they would be removed from these operations?
What I would say as an initial matter, there is a reverse repealer in the bill, but it would be removed effective upon passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Turner.
Senator Barrett.
Just for clarification, question, I'm sorry, Mr. President.
Senator, were you for a question?
I do, yes,
Senator
sir.
Barrett's recognized for a question on the bill.
Thank you. Just for clarification, it's my understanding that if it has greater than this percentage of alkaloids in it, it will be a Schedule 3. Anything less than that will not be Schedule 3, correct?
That's correct.
And if it is Schedule 3 and someone's doctor chose to prescribe them this, would they be able to do so?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions? Other questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
I move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
I think we got a committee substitute, Senator.
I move for adoption of the committee sub.
There we go. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no.
And
The
now
ayes
I
have
move
it.
for final passage by
Final
use of the
passage.
morning roll call.
Final passage by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object? There should be, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator Turner Ford. Senate, we go to number 111. Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item number 111 and ask that it retain its place on the calendar. And go to item 112.
111 retains its place on the calendar. 112. Mr. Clerk, please read your title.
Senate Bill 2322, expungements authorized for certain traffic persons.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you'll recognize Senator Sparks to handle the
Senator
bill.
Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill addresses the expungement provision for a specific person who is defined under Section 97.354.4G, who is a trafficked person, that their crimes of prostitution that may be attached to that trafficked person would be eligible for expungement, and that is the adjustment to the expungement statute as far as allowing the court in its discretion to order the record of any and all crimes of prostitution for the people who have been defined as in the code a trafficked person to be expunged. Those are misdemeanors. There's no such crime as felony prostitution. The other thing this bill does on line 42 through 43 is that it removes from expungible crimes promoting prostitution as defined in those code sections. So it would make the promotion of prostitution non-expungible and expungible more than one offense of prostitution by someone who is in fact defined as trafficked person. That is an explanation of the bill. Mr. President, I would yield any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Horn? I apologize. I'll come back to you on the introduction, sir. One moment. On this bill, any questions? Seeing none, Senator.
Move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Record is voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator Horn, apologize for skipping you one time.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to direct the Senate's attention to the West Gallery. You know, child care providers perform a very valuable service to the working men and women of Mississippi, and we have two of our excellent child care providers here in the West Gallery with us today. I'd like to ask Ms. Shirley Hampton and Ms. Dolores Sewell if they stand and have the Senate make them welcome.
Welcome and thank you. Senator Michelle, for what purpose, sir?
For an introduction, please.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the South Gallery, we have some guests from out of town, Molly Alexander and Natalie Brunson Wheeler, who are with State Farm Insurance. And with them is Ted Thompson. State Farm is a large provider of home insurance, business insurance, and auto insurance in Mississippi. And for that, we're very thankful. Would you please join me in welcoming them to their state capitol?
Thank you and welcome. Okay, Senator Senator Fillingham, we're back on 113, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to the item called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2311, theft and fraud, criminalize activity related to the mail and credit cards.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you'll again recognize Senator Sparks to handle this bill, please.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized to handle the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2311 addresses a growing problem that we have with mail theft, particularly that relates to financial crime in relation to mail theft. As this is all considered new law, what we are doing is creating a state crime. Normally, this was a United States Postal Service, Postal Inspection Service type circumstance, and they will, typically steal mail or steal checks. They will copy checks, create fraudulent credit cards, all of these different activities that take place. And it usually starts with some mail theft. The United States Postal Inspection Service says that mail theft has risen 327%, and that there have been several surges in high volume mail theft since 2020. As we move to a more electronic money world, I think this becomes a bigger problem. Section 1 creates a state mail theft crime that mirrors federal law, allows law enforcement to prosecute mail theft at a state level, and you'll see the penalties on lines 44 and 48, not more than 5 years on a first offense, and not less than 1 year, not more than 10 years on a second offense. The Section 2 of the bill addresses a crime mirroring the federal statutes for theft, copy, forgery, counterfeiting of mailbox keys, U.S. mail receipt receptacles. In other words, somebody setting up a fake blue box and having people drop that off and stealing your mail through that manner. This is mirroring federal law and is similar to law passed in Louisiana, I believe, last year. Section 3 creates a crime for the theft or receipt of stolen, unsigned, or signed checks. This is becoming a bigger issue also as people do deposit via not going to the bank. I'm still old school enough. I like to walk in and talk to the teller, but I'm told you can take a picture of your check and go ahead and deposit that in. Well, sometimes people put that in the trash and then somebody finds it and they create a new check. So it creates, again, a state crime that can be punishable for these offenses because it's not always certain that you can have someone prosecute this from the United States Postal Service or the federal government. Section 4 creates a crime for trafficking in counterfeit credit cards. Again, this law mirrors laws in Texas and Florida. And then Section 5, it criminalizes the possession of scanning devices or re-encoders, which we've heard people talking about entering their credit card into a gas station machine and there being a skimmer and stealing your information and then creating a card and utilizing that. That is an explanation of the bill in Section 6 with the re-encoders. I would yield to any questions, Mr. President, at this time.
Okay. Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator.
Yeah, I would move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you. Senator Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 114 and ask that it retain its place on the calendar. Go to item 115.
114 retains its place on the calendar. Item 115. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2198, handled with care, authorize implementation and administration of program by Department of Public Safety.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you'll recognize Senator Sparks to handle the committee substitute.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized to handle a committee substitute, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2198, the committee substitute, sets up a program the Department of Public Safety will oversee and administer called Handle with Care. The commissioner is empowered to direct and oversee the administration and implementation of this program.
This is basically a program to work with different entities across the state. If you have a child that has been involved, not in the commission of a crime, but in some way, maybe as a victim of a crime, or even there was a criminal event that occurred in their home, is to try to get that communicated to the proper folks, particularly on the educational side, so that they will know when they come into a school if that child was in some way around an encounter that was a criminal matter or things that would have impact. It's a program that we're seeing in a lot of other states. Senator McClendon brought this bill forward, and it's something he has worked with DPS, and I think there's conversations again with CPS. It's just to help our educators to have a better understanding of what may have happened in a particular child's life prior to them coming to school that day, so that they can just be aware and, in fact, handle with care that child. That is an explanation of the committee substitute. I would yield any questions.
Questions on the committee substitute? Seeing none, Senator?
If there are no questions, I'd move for adoption of the committee sub.
Adoption of the committee substitute is requested. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, Senator, on the bill.
I'd move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call being requested. Anyone object? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator Hill, you're recognized.
Introduction.
Please proceed.
In the North Gallery, we have a good group of young college Republicans from Mississippi College, including our Commissioner of Agriculture, Andy Gibson's son, Ben. I'd like the Senate to give them a warm welcome.
Welcome to the Senate. Okay, we go to 116.
I'd like to get that item called up and have the title read,
Clerk,
Mr.
please read the
President.
title. One moment, please.
Senate Bill 25010, gaming, include online, interactive, and computerized versions thereof, increased penalties, and authorized forfeiture.
I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
116.
We're on 116, Senator Blunt.
So they didn't take this up.
Yes, this one. Okay. I'd like to be recognized to explain the committee substitute, Mr. President.
You recognize committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2510 amends several crimes to include online, interactive, and computerized gaming within those crimes. It increases penalties for those crimes and authorizes administrative forfeiture. So I just wanted the body to know that this bill is a collaborative effort between the regulatory staff at the Mississippi Gaming Commission and the representatives of several of the state's licensed brick-and-mortar casinos. Its intent is to give the Gaming Commission and its law enforcement partners an increased legal authority to stop what has become really a proliferation of illegal online gaming sites within the state. The data shows that illegal online betting has now become a very significant business. Americans spend nearly $64 billion each year with illegal online sports books and nearly $338 billion with illegal online casinos. That's more than Google and Apple make in a year. The annual profits in those illegal bets are estimated to be close to $18 billion in the United States alone. Mississippi's legal gaming market accounts for approximately 4% of the national total, but rather than just assuming the percentage is the same for the illegal market, if we just assume that online gaming in Mississippi is just 1% of the national total, that would still represent close to $200 million in revenue each year by legal operators in our state alone. And one of the major problems is many Mississippians have no idea when they're on their device that they're even breaking the law, because it looks completely legitimate and looks like the legal online betting sites. So what this does affect and versus what it does not affect, I wanted just to make that clear based on questions we had in committee. So there are legal platforms in Mississippi that you and your constituents can use. Online gaming of any kind is illegal in Mississippi. However, there are platforms that one would normally associate with sports wagering and fantasy sports that are legal and licensed already in Mississippi. You're familiar with DraftKings, FanDuel, BetMGM, Underdog, and Yahoo Sports, those platforms are already licensed and regulated by the Gaming Commission to either conduct fantasy sports or offer legal on-premises sportsbook wagering at our state's brick-and-mortar casinos. They have a partnership, and those are legal. Those companies are not the reason, or they're not the targets of this particular piece of legislation. The illegal platforms is what we're trying to get to. The companies prompting the need for this bill may also have names with which you may be familiar. Again, if you watch any type of sports or television, the Super Bowl, whatever, black market companies like Bovada, Chumba Casino, Lucky Land Slots, Pulse, McLuck, Rolling Riches, Wow Vegas, Sweepstastic, Stake.us, MyBookie, BetUS, BetWell, and BetOnline are among the names you may be familiar. These operators are different from the regulated legal platforms in several ways. For example, most of these illegal sites don't require verification of the ages of the players. You can simply check a box saying that you're 18 and you move right along. Some encourage bets with virtual or cryptocurrency, which makes it easier for minors to get and harder for the law enforcement agencies to trace. They are not bound by normal advertising rules so that they can actually advertise to minors specifically. They have no spending or time limits on their players, no rules that dictate payouts or what percentage of money has to be returned to the players. They are not, in fact, subject to laws regarding money laundering. Few have legitimate presence in the U.S. 3 of these companies I named are headquartered in Perth, Australia, and operate through an online server located and licensed in Malta. 2 of these are licensed in Cyprus and Gibraltar. 8 of them have only mailboxes at shipping and mailing businesses in New Hampshire, North Atlanta, New York, and Dallas. And a final comparison, unlike our brick and mortar facilities, if these unregulated platforms don't want to pay off a jackpot or a player's winnings, they just simply don't. There are examples of offshore platforms leaving a state to avoid paying winnings, examples of illegal operators staying in a state but changing the company's name. Bovada used to be Bodog, for instance, to avoid making payoffs, and examples of illegal operators just thumbing their noses at state regulators. So we heard in testimony from our Mississippi Gaming Commission at the Judiciary B Committee meeting, they have tried to stop this activity by sending cease and desist letters to 5 of the largest illegal gaming operators, and none of them to date have responded. A second round of letters was sent to the same operators in December, and again, nothing has ceased and no one has responded. So that is in fact the need for this legislation. And again, the legislation doesn't target people who are on their devices just mistakenly playing an illegal game. We're only targeting the online operators, so the people who put the platforms up, not the end user. And so you'll see in the committee substitute in section 9733(1, it includes online gaming within the prohibition against gaming and provides that the penalty shall be a per occurrence. It provides that operating an online gaming platform shall be a felony punishable by imprisonment for not more than 10 years or a fine of not more than $100,000. 9733(7 to declare online interactive and computerized versions of certain games to be a gambling device. The bill also increases the penalty from a misdemeanor to a felony and authorizes administrative forfeiture for all gaming devices related crimes. And finally, 9733(8 is amended to criminalize online sweepstakes. The bill also increases the penalty from a misdemeanor to a felony and authorizes administrative forfeiture of all sweepstakes for all those sweepstakes crimes. That is an explanation of the committee substitute. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill?
If not, I move adoption of the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
I move adoption by use of the morning roll call, Mr.
Use of
President.
the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Or is no? Present? Present. Carter. Anyone else? Brumfield, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Simmons, present. Simmons, present. D. Simmons, present. S. Simmons, present. Jackson, present. Butler, present. Anyone else? Norwood? No. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, bill passes. Presence noted, 1 no vote. Go to 117, Senator Wiggins is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I go to item 117, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
28, squatters, authorized removal from property by sheriff and amend residential landlord and tenant act.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill comes to us as a priority from the Mississippi Realtors. Also, I would state that within JED committee, there was quite a few of these bills known as squatters. This is an issue that's going on around the country. And what I'm just going to go through a couple of the sections, the main part of them. In Section 2, an owner of the real property may request a sheriff in the county to remove a squatter. I mean, that's the bottom line what this is doing. And I'm going to paraphrase what the bill says, and a squatter is somebody who is on the property, who doesn't have a lease, who is there without permission of the owners. And there isn't a lease, as I said. And there's been a real hard time trying to remove these people from the apartments and the other properties. Going back to Section 2, through items A through F, that's where the owner has to meet all of those conditions. And then there's a notice that has to be sent to request the immediate removal of those folks. Then once that is done, the owners can request that the sheriff be on the property so that they can remove items that are the squatters. There is in Section 4, a civil cause of action for wrongful removal under the Act. And then in Section 6, it details the declaration of what needs to be provided when this occurs. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Mr. President, I do understand there is an amendment that would be coming forward.
One moment, please. One moment, please. Okay. Senator Horn? Senator Horn, you're recognized for your amendment, sir. It's on the screen.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this amendment would do would be to bring Mississippi in compliance with every other state in the country. Every state has a Fair Housing Act on their books in the U.S., with the exception of Mississippi. The effective result of this amendment is that it would require the state of Mississippi to conform with federal law, which bans real estate agents, brokers, or financial institutions from discriminating in the sale or lease of residential housing by virtue of a person's race, religion, color, disability, sex, national origin, or family status. That is, in effect, an explanation of the amendment. Mr. President, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the amendment? Questions on the amendment? Seeing none,
If not,
Senator.
I move adoption of the amendment by use of the morning roll call.
One moment, Senator. Okay. I thought we had a question in the back, but we do not. Okay, now we're on, Senator, your motion.
I move adoption of the amendment by use of the morning roll call.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
I don't object to the amendment. The bill did pass the Housing Committee, came over. We didn't have enough time. And as Senator Horn said, every other state has this. So I don't object to the amendment.
Okay. Senator Horn has made the motion to adopt the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins?
Mr. President, I would...
One moment. Senator Simmons, did you have a question on this?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, do we have to request unanimous consent to be added as a co-author on an amendment?
You know, I haven't had that one yet, Senator
Okay,
Simmons.
all right,
I'll
okay.
check.
Okay, all right. So
And
I
we'll,
just want-
we'll come back to you on
Okay,
that
all
part.
right.
Let's finish Senator Wiggins' bill.
I would move passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Pass it on the morning roll call. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. We go to Senator Bryan. One moment, please. Okay. Senator Simmons, you don't have to have, you just add, if you speak to the secretary, is anyone recorded as voted no on the bill? Present? Okay. Bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator Simmons, you can please approach the secretary, and anyone else who'd like to be a co-author can speak to the author of the bill. And we will go on to Senator Bryan. Pass and retain. Senator Blackwell. Pass and retain. Senator Thompson. Pass and retain. Senator Blunt. Pass and retain. Senator Polk. Senate, we're on 123. Senator Polk is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 123 and have the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2071, Health Insurance, prohibit insurance from discriminating against durable medical equipment and set reimbursement rate.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Polk.
Mr. President, I'd like you to recognize Senator Blackwell to explain the bill.
Senator Blackwell, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. This bill seeks to establish, basically prohibits insurers, managed care companies, and other entities from discriminating against durable medical equipment providers. It also sets out forth requirements for health insurance policies regarding coverage of durable medical equipment. And for those of you who don't know what durable medical equipment is, it's wheelchairs, oxygen tanks, prosthetics, and other things that patients may use. Right now, some insurers and managed care companies impose restrictive policies that limit access to essential medical equipment for these people, and this bill addresses those issues. It basically says they cannot discriminate in their services. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Hill. For what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You for a question, Senator Blackwell?
Yes, I will.
Senator Hill?
You're blessed to be so tall that we can't hear you very well because that microphone's so low. I understand the first part, but I was trying to read the second part about the Medicaid rates. I understand the non-discrimination on durable medical equipment, but what was it on the rates?
They will reimburse no less than the Medicaid rate.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions? Seeing none, Senator.
Move for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Which records voting no. Present. Seeing none, Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I'd like to call up item 124 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Business fraud. Authorize Secretary of State to take additional measures to prevent.
Make the usual motion.
The Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Mr. President, I'd like you to recognize Senator Harkins to explain the bill.
Senator Harkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 2420 Section 1 gives the Secretary of State the ability to remove personal information when an application has been used fraudulently. It also extends the deadline, which they have to send mail out to an entity, whether it's a corporation or LLC, from 10 days to 30 days. They've had some problems with the post office not delivering materials timely. It just gives them a little bit more time.
That's really the explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none.
Move passage on the morning roll call.
Senator Thompson, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you there. You have a question on the bill, sir?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Hawkins, do you receive a question on the bill?
Sure.
Senator Thompson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just technically, how would this work if the registered agents, so if you have a corporation or an LLC, and they have designated a registered agent, and then that registered agent moves, and the new home applicant or new home resident.
Pick your mic. I can't hear you.
Oh, and the new resident fills out this form. Who is now going to be the registered agent for service on that company?
I'm not sure who's going to be the registered agent. This is on the front end. I think when they have fraudulent filings, is what they're concerned about is basically just removing personal information from their website. Is what
So
section?
for fraudulent filings, not for.
Just fraudulent things that they find are fraudulent. They have to send response back to them with an explanation of why they refuse to file the document. Gives them a chance to respond with any other information that's missing. If there's missing information or if there's something specifically the Secretary of State's office needs, and it just extends the deadline from 10 days to 30 days for them to mail it.
It would give the company a chance to respond and designate a new registered agent? Is that what it would do?
If that's the issue, or if it's just a fictitious name or something like that.
I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, I'll move passage on the morning roll call.
Further questions, Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Are you for a question, Senator Hawkins?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator Hill.
I'm assuming that it's been 10 days for a long time.
Yes.
Are there that many that they're rejecting that they would need an extra 20 days?
I don't know
Or
if it's
what is
a
the-
number.
what's the-
It's just what they requested. Some have 60 days. Other states give longer. They're just saying
Okay.
that 30 will give them enough time to kind of handle some of these things.
Okay. Just wonder how long it's going to take us to start getting constituents calls saying we hadn't heard anything.
Well, I think you could direct them to the Secretary of State's office if that's what the case is. But
Okay.
I think other states.
I mean,
was given
I'm
an
not
indication
opposed
that
to it. I
60 to 90 days.
just don't understand why we're giving them 20 more days. But if that's what they think they need, I guess we'll give it to them.
Okay, thank you, Senator Hill. I'm sorry.
Yes. What I was going to say is, I guess when he was Secretary of State, he did it in 10 days.
The
Maybe.
post office may have worked a little
He
better.
might could answer that question a little bit better.
I'll leave it to Senator Hawkins. They won't let me testify on anything. All right, Senator, ready?
No further questions. We final passage on the morning roll call.
Thank you, Senator. Morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Carter's voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Polk, you're recognized 125, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 125. That's the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2423, Real Estate Licenses and Revised Regulations, including written notification before suspension.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have them, Senator.
Mr. President, I'd like you to recognize Senator England to explain.
Senator England, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill that has come to us at the request of the real estate folks. It's really just does three things that are changes to the rules and regulations of the Mississippi Real Estate Commission. Number one, it sets a requirement that folks holding a real estate license receive an update 5 days prior to any change to their license, such as their license needing to be renewed. It also changes the standard of proof in complaint hearings to be very similar to what we're seeing other agencies go to, which uses a clear and convincing standard to prove the elements of the complaint as opposed to a preponderance of the evidence standard. It also adds timelines to ensure that things are conducted in a timely manner. For instance, within 120 days, a licensee is to be notified of a complaint, or 120 days, the commission must either dismiss the complaint or issue a formal complaint. The formal complaint, after it's filed, must be must have a final decision issued within 1 year, and that timeline can be extended if the licensee requests a full administrative hearing with the AG's office. So that's the three things that this bill does. I'm happy to take any questions, and if there are none, I would move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator Blackwell, for what purpose, sir?
Question, sir.
Are you yield for a question, Senator England?
I sure do, yes.
Senator Blackwell's recognized.
Did you run this by the Real Estate Commission?
I did not personally, but it is something that I know we've had in here before, and so they are aware of these items being before us, but it didn't.
I would argue against that. This is coming from the club, isn't it? The association, the Realtor Association?
This is coming from the realtors that hold the licenses, yes.
Yeah, the club is what I'm referring to.
I'm sorry, club. Senator, I don't know if that's what they're referred to as the club, but it's coming from the
just an
license.
association of people. They're not in charge of setting the rules and regulations. The Real Estate Commission is. So it's just a simple question. Has this been run by the Real Estate Commission?
Not by me, but I have talked to the license holders who have asked for this higher standard to be applied when their license.
Senator, you're still not answering my question.
No, I understand. I mean, I feel like I'm in a courtroom. Let me answer your question and then allow me to expand. No, I have not talked to the Mississippi Real Estate Commission. Now, to expand on that, I have talked to these license holders. I think you referred to them as the club. I haven't heard of them as being referred to as that. But they, just one second. Okay, I understand. Yes, have not talked with them. I'm just trying to let you know who I talked to. Yes, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blackwell.
Senator Hobson?
Question, Mr.
You
President.
yield for a question, Senator England?
I do, yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator England, I noticed the change to the clear and convincing standard of proof. Is that for the benefit of the, in those hearings, is that for the commission to say that the person has to prove by a clear and convincing standard why they should not have their license revoked, or is it for the other way that the commission has to prove by clear and convincing standard as to why the license should be revoked?
Yes, it's the second way you mentioned. So for a complaint to be filed and for that person to lose their license, the evidence in that complaint must be proven by clear and convincing evidence before their license can be revoked as a result of the complaint.
Okay. And this was the recommendation by the commission?
This was a recommendation from the Real Estate Association, not the commission, I don't believe.
Okay. Any comments from the commission on that standard? Is that normal for hearings of this sort?
So I did look at some case law, and there are a lot of judicial districts that have started to say that because this is so punitive in nature, somebody's license is like revoking their livelihood, that this higher standard is what is recommended. I don't know if that's the actual holding of the case, but we are seeing more areas go to this for that reason.
Sure. Thank you so much, Senator.
Yeah, thanks, Senator Hobson.
Okay. Senator England?
Yes, my motion is for final adoption by use of morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object to that procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present Hill. Present Blackwell. Present Tate. Anyone else? Barrett? No? Is he no? Barrett, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passed by use of morning roll call. One no, the others present as recorded. Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to number 126. Ask that the bill be called up and the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2291, Door Policy, create study committee to evaluate reauthorization of WIOA policy.
Usual motion. The senator makes usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is committee sub. I'd like to be recognized to explain the committee
You're
substitute.
recognized to explain the committee substitute, Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a task force to study workforce and social service reform and the implementation of one-door policy This summer, we had a labor force participation rate committee that met. One of the things that we're trying to do is help get people into the workforce, and we have this unique situation where we have historically low unemployment, but also we are still one of the lowest labor force participation rate states in the country. And there is monies that come from the federal government, particularly through the WIOA program, that we have a decreasing amount of funds to use for training and entry of people into the workforce because of our declining unemployment rate. So the expectation is that the federal government is going to reauthorize the WIOA policy, and they're going to allow for a one-door style policy that's been utilized in Utah since 1997. And we, along with states such as Louisiana, would qualify for an exemption that we could work with a one-door style policy to help us utilize the resources that we have for people to get into the workforce, people that are utilizing benefits from the state, and to try to be more effective in building our labor force participation. That is a brief explanation of the committee sub. Mr. President, I would yield to any questions.
Questions on the committee substitute? Seeing none, Senator?
I do have one amendment for the committee sub. I would be glad to adopt and then amend, or explain the amendment.
We'll go to the amendment first.
The amendment.
Hold on just a second. Hold on just a minute. The committee substitute is up. Let's finish it first, and we'll go to the amendment.
We'll move we adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, let's go to the amendment. One moment, please, sir. One moment. Okay, Senator, we're ready now.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment simply adds the Executive Director of the Mississippi Department of Employment Security or his or her designee to the composition of this board, to this task force. I did not mention that, but there's 2 appointments from the governor, 2 from the lieutenant governor, 2 from the Speaker of the House, the state superintendent of the Mississippi Department of Education or their designee, the Executive Director of the Mississippi Community College Board or designee, and we would add this to that number of people. And that would be an explanation of the amendment, Mr. President. I would yield to any questions.
Okay, we're on the amendment then. Questions on the amendment?
If there are no questions, I would move for adoption of the amendment.
Adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
If there are no further questions, I would move for adoption on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none. Bill passes by use of morning roll call. 127, Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would ask that 127, Senate Bill 2289 be called up and the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2289, State Employee Telework Policies amend.
I would make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Bill 2289 addresses telework policies. As we know, coming out of the global pandemic, that there was a lot of work-at-home policies. We've seen this at the federal level. We also saw this at the state level. The thing that we are doing in this bill, first of all, we're calling it remote work, so you will see several occasions where it is not referred to as telework, but as to remote work. And we're trying to work with the personnel board and with the agency or the entity that is the employer to make certain that we have policies that are in place so it's understood what your remote work policy is, that they shall work with the state personnel board to get the permission of what type of work activities can effectively and efficiently be managed through remote work, that employees will sign a remote work agreement so that, again, these are state employees, they're being paid by tax dollars, that we make sure there's a clear line of duty and that duty is being accomplished whether on-site or remote. And then on line 68 is relatively new law, or is new law in this bill, that the expectation is that people will be working 3 days a week unless it is approved by their employer, the governing body, and the Personnel Board. And of course, there's an exception for anyone that is under the American Disabilities Act or any other applicable federal or state law that would not apply to them. That would be an explanation of I believe is considered an amendment that I have been discussing. That is, and I apologize, the amendment may not be.
We don't have the amendment, sir. I just have the bill.
That is that's an explanation of the bill, but I have an amendment to the bill. And they do have it. I apologize.
Okay. Okay, we have the amendment up.
Thank you, Mr. President. And in the amendment, the change was to make sure that we're clear that anyone under the American Disabilities Act would be accepted from this. And again, that the Personnel Board shall be involved in the decision of what jobs can effectively be accomplished at telework along with the employer. So that would be an explanation of the amendment. Mr. President, would ask that we move to adopt the amendment.
Okay. Questions on the amendment that's on the screen. Senator Seymour, you're recognized, sir. For what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
We yield for question, Senator Sparks?
I yield.
Senator Seymour is recognized for a question on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, is there any penalties?
I think your question was, is there any penalty
for non-compliance with the
non-compliance.
agency or the individual workers?
Well, I don't know that there is a penalty that is in fact listed in here. I think they would be out of compliance, and if that is something the Personnel Board reports to this body, I mean, they would fall under what guidance already is at the Personnel Board, but that certainly would not bode well if that was reported back to this body.
Okay, so it would have to be reported to the Personnel Board? Is that what you're saying?
The Personnel Board would sign off on the terms, and if there was a report that someone was in breach really of those terms, I think that's something the Personnel Board would address, but I think it would also be addressed by this body.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions?
If there are no other questions, I'd move for adoption of the amendment.
Adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator?
And if there are no further questions, I would move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Order is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Sparks?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up number 128 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2288, Mississippi Prison Industry Act of 1990, bring forward.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, make the usual motion, Mr. President.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No. Ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2288 just brings forward the code sections for the Mississippi Prison Industries Act of 1990. There's a lot of discussion, particularly in the corrections space, about work release, work programs that we're going to have, and utilization of Mississippi Prison Industries, which has also been known as MDOC Works and MagCorps. I think it's very important that these code sections be available and be open to make sure for possible amendment as it relates to any of the work release programs or work programs and corrections that we're bringing forward. I would have an amendment at the proper time to add a reverse repealer before we send it the other direction. I would yield to any questions on the bill at this time.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none?
If the amendment needs to be put on the screen, it's a reverse repealer being added. Would yield to any questions on the reverse repealer?
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none?
Move for adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
I would move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Okay. Senator, 129.
Would like to pass and retain its position on the calendar.
Senator, pass and retain 129. Senator Barnett. Pass and retain. Senator DeBar. Senator Barnett, I didn't see you. Would you like to proceed? I'm sorry, I recognize Senator Barnett on item 130. Senator Barr, you'll be next. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, we go to the item, I have a title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
2357 MDLC contract with Greenwood LaFleur Carroll Economic Development Foundation for Delta Work Release Program authorized. Make use of motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we allow Senator Chazanov to explain the strike.
Senator.
You have it, man.
Senator? You're recognized.
Yes.
Yeah, you have to give her the mic there, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill allows the Mississippi Department of Corrections and the Greenwood LaFleur Carroll Economic Development Foundation to enter into a partnership, and this will create the Delta Work Release Program. And this is an opportunity for people who are incarcerated to not only have some meaningful employment and learn some job skills, but also to help the local businesses in the area with job needs that they have opportunities. Now, the inmates will be paid at the same rate as any others doing the same type of work. And there are several things to consider here. When they must maintain an account with a financial institution and submit a pay stub. And they also must agree that 25% of the wages will go to any dependents or to the Department of Human Services to administer to children, dependents. 50% of the wages will be placed in a savings account, which upon release or parole, they will be able to acquire. 15% of the monies will then be used by Mississippi Department of Corrections for administrative charges, and 10% will be given to the inmates during the course of this time when they're working for incidental needs or for personal requirements. During this time, the inmates are not eligible for unemployment compensation, but they may receive workers' comp if the circumstances arise. Every person that's participating in this program will be doing so on a voluntary basis, and they must agree in advance to the deductions which will be removed from the monies that they are paid. If there are not any questions, I should like to move adoption of the strike all.
Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator Sparks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill came through workforce, I think, as well, and you presented a strike all, I think, that addressed the question we had I think you have addressed the question we had.
Which was?
In workforce, which was the breakdown of pay. This is consistent with the other work release programs we're putting forward.
Yes, I just enumerated those categories. 25% will go to the dependents of the inmate. 50% will be placed in a savings account, which they will receive upon release or parole. 15% will go to the Department of Corrections for administrative costs, and 10% will be given to the inmate during the course of this to defray incidental expenses that they might personally have.
Thank you. I apologize. There was not a strike all up to start with, so that's why I was asking that question. And then as far as any other deductions, the 15% for admin is the total.
That's the amount that goes to the Department of Corrections to administer this program. This
So
has been requested by the Greenwood LaFleur Carroll Economic Development Foundation.
Yes, and I support it. I just wanted to make sure 15% is the max amount that's going to be withheld for admin.
That's the amount in the bill, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. President, if there are no further questions, I move adoption of the strike all.
I think, Senator, I think maybe we have an amendment to the strike all. Is that correct?
Who has an amendment, sir? Tell it. Wave it off, Sparks.
Okay, the motion is to adopt the strike all. Any questions? Senator Butler, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President. Question is, you might have said it,
Do
but
you-
what would be the hourly?
Yeah, you yield, Senator Butler?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Senator Butler.
You might have said, but what would be the hourly pay of these individuals?
Yes, Senator Butler, as I mentioned earlier, these inmates will be compensated at the regular rate that any other person would be paid for this work. So it's not a reduced rate. They will be paid the same amount that anyone else working these jobs would be paid.
Thank you.
Okay, no other questions. The motion is
That we adopt the strike law?
that we adopt the strike all. I see no questions. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
All right, I move for final passage on the bill by the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. We'll go to the next item, Senator 131, Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up and have the title read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 2147, Financial Literacy Curriculum requires specific courses in public schools in grades 6 through 12.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a committee sub, and I ask that I be recognized to explain the sub.
You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill to bring forth and require schools to teach financial literacy in the school, and that beginning in 2031, I believe that, well, they have to pass this test in order to graduate. So for years, we've been talking about, gee, we wish kids would graduate school, know how to balance a checkbook, save some money, use credit cards, and so forth. Well, this is the bill to make it happen. We've worked on this in conjunction with the Department of Education as well as the Attorney General's office. And so I'll go ahead and explain the committee sub. It has several key parts. Basically, it says the Board of Education must integrate financial literacy education into the curriculum for grades 6 through 8, beginning by the 26-27 school year. This requirement applies to all public schools, including charter schools. Line 24, beginning with a class of 2031, high school students must take and pass either a 1/2 Carnegie Unit course in personal finance or a full Carnegie Unit course that devotes at least half of its curriculum to financial literacy. In line 30, a financial literacy trust fund is established. This is a special fund created in the Treasury to support financial literacy education. It will be administered by the Board of Education, and it can receive state and federal contributions. In line 42, an audit will be conducted every 2 years, and an annual report will be provided to the legislature on that audit. On line 50, which is section 2, the Department of Banking and Consumer Finance may contribute a portion of their funds from penalties and fees to support financial literacy programs. And then all the way down on line 435, the mandated curriculum topics included shall include decision-making, saving and spending, using credit, and budgeting. That is an explanation of the committee sub, Mr. President. I'll yield for questions. And I do have an amendment after we adopt the committee sub.
Okay, are there any questions on the committee sub? A motion is that we do adopt the committee sub. Seeing no questions, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee sub's adopted. Senator, amendment?
Yes, Mr. President. The amendment it's on the board. After we passed the bill out of committee, the banking department came forward and said, you know, we've changed our mind. We can already do this, but we don't want to be mandated to provide any money. And so they've asked to be stricken from the bill. And so what the amendment does is delete section 2, and that's all it does. At their request, we're coming forward with that. So I'll yield for questions on the amendment.
No questions, Senator.
If there are no questions, I move for adoption of the amendment.
Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Senator?
Mr. President, if there are no questions, I'll move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
I believe Senator Hill may have a question. You yield Senator Hill
Yes,
for
I
a
do.
question.
Wasn't it easier when I was on the committee? The question would be, if the Banking and Finance Committee is already contributing some, what are they doing with the money? I mean, what's the department doing with the money if they're already contributing money?
They can do it. Doesn't mean they are.
I'm sorry?
They can do it. They're not doing it at this point.
They can do it?
Yes.
Okay, so if they want to be taken out,
It's in other code sections, apparently, is what I'm told.
okay, so are they going to contribute or are they not going to?
They have the discretion to do so, yes.
Okay, so do we really need to create a fund in the Treasury? I understand the first part of the bill, because I think this is a very, very popular thing across the
Right.
state, because people want these kids to be financially literate. But I'm just curious as to why, about creating a fund in the Treasury if we don't know if anybody's going to contribute to it or not, because this isn't a revenue bill, it's not a three-fifths
Right.
vote, so.
Well, I think the fund is created not only from the money from the banking department, but also any other state or federal funds that might come down. It's my understanding there might be some federal type grants that could be used
Okay.
for something like that.
Okay, thank
And so
you.
it's just in case. Doesn't mean we have to use it, but it's
Okay.
there if it's needed.
All right, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, the senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. We'll go to item 132, Senator Wiggins. Senator Wiggins on item 132 will pass and retain. Go to item 133, also Senator Wiggins, pass and retain. (134), Senator Bryan, pass and retain. We'll go to 135, Senate Bill number 2514. Senator Boyd.
Mr. President, I ask that we go to 135 and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2514, Nurse Teacher Loan Repayment Program established.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Boyd.
I'd like to ask Senator Parks to explain the bill.
Senator Parks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. This is simply a pilot program to retain nursing instructors by increasing the salaries at our community college. This will be funded by grant money. The goal of this, of course, is to retain our instructors with an ultimate goal of producing more nurses. I'm happy to answer any questions. It does have a 3-year repealer in it.
It does have a committee substitute too, so the motion would be to adopt. You've explained the committee sub, I'm assuming. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So no objection. All in favor of the committee sub say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. And now there are no questions, so you have amendment, you say, or what?
No, final passage.
Okay, I got you. Senator suggested use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Bill is passed. We go to item 136. Senator Boyd.
Mr. President, I would ask that the title be read to item 136.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2524, Board Certified Behavioral Animals Loan Repayment Program create.
Senator, usual motion.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Usual motion's adopted. Senator.
Thank you. This bill that's before you today really aims to address the shortage of qualified behavioral analysis in Mississippi, particularly in regions that are lacking adequate mental health services and educational services, by providing a repayment assistance program that we need to attract and retain the BCBAs in areas where their expertise is both needed This summer in this fall in Women, Children's, and Families hearings, we heard from a number of autism clinics that are closing down because they're facing a shortage of qualified professionals to house those clinics, and a number of issues that we're addressing in some other matters. We also talked with our colleges and universities, and we are graduating more students in those areas, but they are being attracted to southern states, and they are getting our best and brightest right now. So this is something that's been done in a couple of other states rather effectively, and so this would create a loan repayment program. But to meet the criteria for the program, you would have to be a graduate of a degree institute in Mississippi. You'd have to have signed a contract for a full-time first-year board-certified analysis that you're working at least 36 hours a week. You would have to obtain your license from the Mississippi Autism Board, which is the licensing board that covers this. And you could apply it to your graduate loans, principal, interest, and all of that. And that's basically a brief explanation of the bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Does any senator have a question? Seeing no questions, a motion, Senator? Oh, we do have a question. Senator McClendon, do you have a question?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator
Yes, sir.
McClendon. Senator McClendon.
So our brightest are leaving the state in this field?
Unfortunately, our brightest are leaving the state in this field. They're being attracted to our other southern neighbors, where the pay and loan repayment programs are more steadily attainable than they are in our own state.
And you and I both have had the same bill the past couple of years, 2-3 years, trying to increase the pay on this.
Yes.
Along with 2 others.
Yes.
So, do you really think this is going to help?
We do.
If we don't increase the pay?
Well, what we've done with this loan repayment program is they are able to get the supplementation for those loans, which they all need. And we've talked to graduates, and I've talked to graduates that have left the state, seeing what maybe could possibly be done to really attract these people to stay in state. And Senator McClendon, this is one part of the solution. We're looking at other parts of those solutions with other legislation we're handling in Medicaid and all of this. So there's no one silver bullet, but this is part of hoping to fix a very complex issue in the state.
Thank you for working on this, and thank you for looking down the road. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator suggests the use of one roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Hill. Anyone else? Please, Senator Hill voting no. Please record all others present by the use of one roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Okay, Senator Boyd, item 137.
I would ask that item retain its place in the calendar, and I'll pass over that and go to item 138, Mr. President.
Okay, pass and retain item 137. Go to item 138, Senate Bill number 2526. Please read title.
Senate Bill 2526, Yellow Ribbon Program funds allow non-resident veterans to fully participate and receive.
I'll make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Any objection? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it.
I'll ask Senator Delano to come explain the bill.
Senator Delano, recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Pro Tem. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what's called, or it's referred to as the Yellow Ribbon Program. There's a federal program that will allow our IHLs and our community colleges to be reimbursed up to 50% of out-of-state tuition costs for students that attend their universities or colleges. The problem that we've had over a number of years is that the language that we have in our code sections does not conform to the national requirements for this particular program, so the universities were required to pay 100%, or they did out of their own free will paid 100% for out-of-state tuition for veterans. So this bill is cleanup language. It does just that, and I will yield for any questions. I do have an amendment at the proper time.
Okay. Are there any questions? So we need to bring the amendment forward?
Yeah, y'all have the amendment already.
Yeah.
Okay, on the front page, or the first page here, on line number 8, it makes reference to the Board of Trustees and the Community College Board. The actual language that it should be stated, and is what's in our amendment, says that we're going to strike the Community College Board and insert Mississippi Community Colleges and junior colleges. Junior colleges component is to make sure that Jones County gets to be included in that. That is an explanation of the amendment. Will you for any questions? If not, I'd move for passage over the amendment.
Okay, any question on the amendment? All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The aye has it. Thank you, Senator.
All right, now back on the bill.
We're back on the bill for,
I'd like to move for final passage, use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. We'll go to the next item, 139, Senator Chasnoff, pass and retain. Senator England, 140, Senate Bill 2653.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd ask that we suspend the rules to go back to item number 76 on today's calendar.
Senator requests that we suspend the rules, go back to item 76 with no objection. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. We're going back to item 76 on today's calendar.
Yes, Mr. Clerk, that's Senate Bill number 2654.
2654, you call that up and request we read the title?
Yes, Mr. President, that's my request.
All right, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2654, in-person early voting allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. President, I make the usual motion.
The senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill is one we saw in here and passed last year out of this body. We are essentially, in this bill, we are replacing our current system of early voting, which allows for 45 days for someone to show up in person and vote absentee with a specific excuse. What we are replacing that with is 15 days of early voting in person. The voter will show up at their clerk's office, show a valid photo ID, be printed a ballot, and they will place that ballot into the ballot counting machine. Those ballots will be tabulated and counted on the night of the election, so results will be available much sooner than they even are now. That's essentially what this bill does, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Senator Tate, do you have a question?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Tate?
Of course I yield.
Senator Tate, you recognize.
Why are we doing this?
We are doing this to allow for our hardworking Mississippians that may have a difficult time getting to the polling place. Things are becoming more convenient. This would be a more convenient way for someone to work. I use my wife as an example. I may have shared this with you, but my wife works at Ingalls Shipbuilding. She's at her desk at 7 o'clock in the morning a lot of Tuesdays. She gets off and fights traffic, maybe gets home around 4:30, and my kids have soccer and dance and things going on like that. And she also cooks a meal, so she's very busy those days. And going and standing in line at the polling place for a couple of hours is difficult for her. That's the same for a lot of our hardworking Mississippians. You may have people that work in Lauderdale County that maybe live in Newton County, and they may work a double shift on election day unexpectedly. You may also have folks, I talked to one person that didn't get to vote because his wife had the flu on the Tuesday of the election. She came down with the flu on Monday. He was caring for her and her kids, and he says, I didn't get to vote, and I hate that I didn't get to vote. So this is going to allow no excuse voting for that 15-day period. And, of course, the 15 days may be a misnomer, Senator Tate, because we don't vote on Sundays. The 2 Saturdays that the clerk's offices would be open is just like what they're open right now for in-person absentee voting. And, of course, that 45 days that we have for in-person absentee is no longer there. It's going to be 15 days only. But
So let's talk about the situation that you said where you have a shift worker that can't vote on election day or have to fight traffic. we're going to go from having them 45 days to be able to cast that ballot to now you say 15, but really it's 12 days whenever you take out the Sundays, you take out the Monday before. So instead of your wife having to wait in line one of those 45 days, or any shift worker, it's going to be down to at least 12 days that they're going to have to be in that line.
Well, Senator Tate, so what it does is it allows them to not have an excuse. So your shift worker who may get called into work may not know that they have to work on that Tuesday. And look, we did a lot of work on this to get it down to 15 days. You sound like you may be advocating for more days, but the 15 days is what we have in this bill, and I think that's really what works to give people that convenience to go Monday through Saturday and then Monday through Saturday to cast their ballots. And I'll tell you another thing, Senator Tate, that while we're talking about why we should do this, why are we doing this, I believe was your question. 47 other states do this. States like Florida and Texas have done this for a very long time, and they do it well. And those states, they recognize that the convenience is needed there. And in this past election, we saw a lot of national coverage about the droves of people showing up nationwide to vote early for their presidential candidate, which people take very seriously. It's our most important American tradition. We had people showing up at clerks' offices in Mississippi that were watching those national news coverage, and they would show up and tell their clerk or their deputy clerk, hey, I'm here to vote early. They see it happening everywhere else. They showed up at their clerk's office to vote early, and they were told, we don't do that in Mississippi. We don't have early voting. So it's leading to confusion for some Mississippi voters as it is now, too. So that's another reason. It was a very good question, why are we doing this? But that's to give you just a few examples of why I think it's important that we do this.
Well, if you're a shift worker and you don't know what your schedule is going to be, you certainly have a legal reason to be able to vote absentee right now, and you have 45 days. Another legal reason that we have right now is 65 and older. If you're 65 or older, you can legally vote absentee, and there's a lot of people that take advantage of that. And so, are you not concerned that with limiting this to 12 days or less, and let's be honest, if we have a day that's raining like today, it's going to be 11 days. If it's going to rain for a few days, it's going to be less and less. Are you not concerned that maybe with these elderly people that are used to being able to vote 45 days ahead of time, that they will have much longer lines? And when I say longer lines, right now, I don't know if you know this, but in Mississippi, we average about 10% of our voting turnout via absentee, okay, 10%. If we look at our neighbors to the north in Tennessee, when they passed early voting, it took them 4 years for half of their voters to show up to vote. So we're going to have potentially 50% of our voters show up at our courthouses, and that's how this bill is written, that it has to be at the courthouse, it has to be at the office of the registrar.
Is this a question, Senator Tate?
Is it not concern you that they're going to have to wait so much longer instead of 45 days, that it's only going to be funneled into 11 days, 12 days?
Yes, Senator Tate, and look, thanks again for your question, and thanks for mentioning the weather. It has always bothered me that something like the weather can determine the outcome of who we have in these very important offices. Because for somebody who doesn't have the excuse, somebody who's not 65 years of age, so let's say these individuals that wait and vote on election day, regardless of what the weather is, they have to get out and vote if they want their vote to count. Regardless of whether they have the flu, they have to get up and go out and vote. Regardless of whether their daughter's dance teacher put a necessary recital practice on the Tuesday of Election Day, and their daughter wants to get there to do that for that lead role, they have to do it. I know that you're sticking on this idea of the shift worker, but also very important. These shift workers, I hate that we have to ask them to go look into the future and decide whether they're going to be able to vote on Election Day and come up with an excuse and go sign an affidavit that says that they swear to that excuse. We have a lot of that happening right now where somebody just wants the convenience to go cast their ballot, and they have to essentially wink and nod and say, oh yeah, I'll sign this affidavit that says I meet one of these reasons, whenever they know they don't meet one of the reasons, so that they can vote early at their convenience. Another thing, why are we doing this? I'm going to keep going back to your original question. Why are we doing this? One of the things that make our election system so strong and so great and help the integrity behind our election is when we can have as many votes counted on the night of the election as possible. In this bill, with this ballot being printed and cast into that ballot machine and those results being tabulated on the night of the election, those votes are counted. You don't have to count, you don't have to take envelopes. You don't have to look at signatures. You don't have to look at all of that and then count those ballots. We saw that here in Mississippi not too long ago, where we had weeks, essentially a week where we're waiting to get those votes counted. This goes right to the heart of the integrity of our election system to have those votes counted on election night. So that's another reason why. I'm sure I'll think of a few more while we're standing here, but I'm happy to answer any of your other questions.
No, I think that knowing the election results as soon as possible is a good thing.
It is, yes,
I
thank you.
think that the institution of election day voting is a good thing. And so, Mr. President, at the proper time, I have an amendment to address both of those.
At the proper time, Senator Carter, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Carter. Senator England, you yield Senator Carter.
Secretary Carter, yes, I yield. I'm sorry, Senator Carter.
Senator Carter, you recognize.
Senator England, have you talked to the circuit clerks about this bill?
I've talked to many, yes, particularly my own, and I've made phone calls that a number of you have asked me to reach out and talk to them, and I have done that with many of them. I've talked with their association as well, and let them know that going forward on this, that they are, I think what I actually told them was it would be arrogant of me not to invite them and the elections commissioners to the table going forward to make sure that we have this, have the best voting system in America right here in Mississippi, because they're a great part of that. So yes, Senator Carter, I have talked to many of them, yes.
I'm getting some messages as this debate's going on about a poll that was taken by the association. Were you aware of that poll?
Yes, I have been aware of some polling, yes.
Okay. They're saying that they were against early voting is what the polling data suggests.
Well, then I've seen different polling.
Yeah.
And look, polls are what they are. You know, if we operated on polls, we would probably change our mind in here every other day depending on the wording of the polling question. But I don't know if I've seen the one you're talking about.
They also are in favor of having the machine on site versus the envelope process currently. But there is a concern with the ages 65 and older, with the lines being long with this early voting.
That's right. And so one thing that we have looked at, and I've talked with the Secretary of State's office with this, the SIMS system, which is our voting system where the information goes in, you have to, thank you very much, you have to be qualified to look at that very specific information. It's got very private information to our citizens. So we can't let that off to a different site. We're working on a different way and listening. Like I said, this is something we change often to look at to make our system work better. For instance, last year, for our in-person absentee voters, we combined the affidavit onto the envelope. We have been using that same way for a long time, but that's just an example of how we do come back and make improvements as we note where they're needed. But I think that's a concern that we'll deal with. Again, 47 other states do this. They don't have a problem. I know that our clerks in Mississippi, I'm very confident that they can pass this. As a matter of fact, a lot of them told me, you know, hey, we're obviously, we want to keep our seat at the table moving forward, but they're not in opposition, so to speak, against this bill.
Where do you see this bill going moving forward if it passes in the chamber and it goes to the House?
If this bill goes to the House, we had a hearing on this this past off season. It was a House hearing that my committee, or the Senate Elections Committee, was allowed to attend, and we all had conversations with our circuit clerks. We had a few national policy groups that talked with us and told us how things do operate and work in other states. One question that I asked, I said, where these states move to this, do you see the states shift from red to blue or blue to red? And I don't like talking politics from this committee, but the reason I mention that is because they said, no, that doesn't necessarily change. You see the convenience and the total numbers of votes go up because people are able to get in there and do that, and we always should be striving for that. So I do see that I do believe the House will take this up. I have confidence in my counterpart, Representative Sanford, on the other side of the hall. He and I work very well together. I'm grateful for him over there. I've talked with the speaker's team on this, and I do think that we're going to see some movement on this year where we didn't last year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Seymour, do you have a question?
Yes,
Or you yield Senator Seymour for a question?
I will yield to my colleague from Jackson County.
Senator Seymour?
Mr. Chairman, what about verification? The clerk's going to be the only person here verifying the voter when they come in. Is there any for the poll worker to be there for the 15 days that it's open from either party, poll watcher that is?
Yes, that's allowed in here. It is allowed for poll workers to be there, to be at the location, but the verification will be the same that you have on Election Day. You show your valid photo ID, you give your name, you give your address, and our circuit clerks already have to verify individuals that currently use our in-person absentee model of voting. They have to ensure that that's who the person is. So the verification is something we're very comfortable with as far as making sure the person voting is the person voting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, I see no further questions. We have an amendment, I believe. Senator Tate for an amendment.
So what this amendment will do is basically a strike all of not changing anything that we do with our absentee voting except for one thing. Our absentee voting laws would stay the same, but instead of the voter, after he marks his or her ballot, they won't put it in an envelope and it won't be held at the clerk's office. It'll instead, the voter will go straight to a voting machine, scan that ballot, and that's where the ballot will stay. And the machine that is taking those ballots will not be able to tabulate the vote until 7:01 p.m. This is something that I've reached out to all 82 circuit clerks in the state. 48 of them do not want early voting. It is not feasible for them. These are Republican and Democratic counties. These are large and small counties. These are well off in revenue and not well off in revenue counties. This is a way that I've reached out to 54 circuit clerks on this amendment. I have 51 that have endorsed this over the early voting. And so that's an explanation of the amendment. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Senator Derek Simmons, you have a question?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Simmons.
Yes, sir.
Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. So it's amending by striking all. So everything that was before the chamber, before this amendment regarding early voting.
I may have misspoke when I said strike all. In other words, basically, we're going to undo the early voting parts of the bill, and we're going to keep our absentee voting procedures the exact same, except for in one instance, and that's when you're in person. Instead of putting your ballot into an envelope, you'll take your ballot and you'll put it into a scanner.
So if this amendment passes, then we
will not have early voting. We'll be back under our
you.
absentee laws.
And the time period here is still the 45 days?
Yes, sir.
Already in current law?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Senator Boyd, you have a question? Yeah, you yield, Senator Boyd?
Absolutely.
Senator Boyd, you recognize.
Well, I guess I have the two in the state who have said that they would be open to this, if you've spoken to the others. Senator, we have 47 other states, and right now we do allow early voting for 65 and older. So right now, as it stands, the bill that is before us, not this amendment, all we would be doing is expanding this to our populations that work. Because in some aspect, we do have early voting. Is that correct?
We have an excuse absentee voting. And let me say, Mr. Jeff does an excellent job in Lafayette County. He can handle this. The courthouse can handle this. That's great. But if you look at the other 81 counties, the vast majority of them cannot handle the amount of people. They cannot handle the amount of staff. They have to buy extra equipment to do this. And that's a burden on these other counties. And look, Lafayette County, all the power to them. The way that they're set up, they have machines that print out ballots for you where they're perfectly marked, and they do a great job up there, and I'm glad.
Well, Senator, I have more than just Lafayette County. I think 47 other states do this. And I had countless people over the last 2 election cycles who are voters, and they wanted to be able to early vote just like those that are 65 and older are able to. This would ease a process to help those with disabilities because they could go in there and early vote. There's a number of reasons for this. And change is hard. I know change is hard, but I've been in these courthouses too across the state, and you're telling me they have no room? I just don't buy that.
Well,
this is a change, and it's difficult, and it's a lot more work. I'm not saying it's not, but I think to ease the voter process, to help voters be able to cast their ballots, that's a process, and that's what part of the job is of the circuit clerk.
So I would say that if you are for the bill, those people that are disabled that you're talking about, they have 45 days right now to vote absentee, and now you'd be limiting it down to 12 days. And there would be much, much longer lines for those people to have to wait in during those 12 days as opposed to the 45 days. And so for those people, I think we're doing them a disservice by limiting the amount of days that they can come in and vote, because right now that is one of the legal reasons that you can vote absentee.
Senator, I don't understand if 47 other states can figure this out, why we can't.
Well, when we had our November 2020 elections, there were question marks about a lot of different states and their election results. I'm glad Mississippi was not one of them. And so, just because 47 other states have done something doesn't mean that we need to do that. We're Mississippi. We're unique.
Okay, Senator Blackman, what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Blackman for a
Yes,
question.
sir.
Senator Blackman.
Thank you, Senator. You keep bringing up the 45 days. So would you be in favor of an amendment to Senator England's bill of making his 45 days instead of 15?
No, sir.
So it's not the 45 days that's the problem.
Limiting it down to 12 days is a problem.
So that's what I'm saying. Would you be in favor of extending his to 45 days?
I believe in the institution of election day voting. I think that that's crucial. I think that that's important. I think that what this does is this incentivizes the busing of folks to the courthouse to vote, and then there's a lot of question marks whenever you have something like that happen.
So it's not the time frame in his that's the
The
problem.
time frame just makes it worse.
So that's what I'm trying to clarify. If his was 45 days, would you be in favor of it?
I would be in favor of that, yet still vote no on the bill. So I think it would
Okay,
make it
thank
not
you.
as worse. How about that? Fair enough?
Okay, so Senator England, did you wish to speak on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to vote against this amendment. I think that what Senator Tate has offered is early voting. I mean, we keep acting like we're calling it something different, but his is only with an excuse. And he mentioned the 2020 election and some other things there. And I've talked with folks, and I do not think we ought to have an excuse to have to go take advantage of this. I will also point out that the clerks that I have talked with, the many clerks that I've talked with, have confirmed that the last 2 weeks of that 45-day period is when those lines are longest. So there's just not a lot of people that show up those first few days, and this is allowing everybody the convenience to do that. So I would ask you to vote against this amendment, and let's get back on the bill at hand.
All right. Senator Tate, you want to close on the amendment?
Again, I've talked with all 82 of the circuit clerks. 48 are against. Most all of them have said that I can make that public. There's 3 or 4 that wish to remain private on that. Again, if what I'm doing is early voting, then why would you be against it? Why are we making a change? What this is doing is this is keeping the integrity of election day voting. This is a major change. This is a major change. And again, of the 54 circuit clerks that have been able to contact today, 51 of them have said they favor this amendment over early voting. We do not need to go from 45 days of 10% of our voting population coming out to 12 days and 50% coming out. It's not feasible for our clerks. It's an unfunded mandate, and I ask you to vote for the amendment.
Senator moves that we adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The noes have it. Amendment has failed. The division's requested. 6 or more stands. No, we don't need a division. That wasn't even close, guys. Here we go. All right, Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there are no further questions, I move final adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Okay, we have Senator Williams, Senator McClendon, Senator Hill, Senator McCon, Senator Suber, Senator Tate, Senator Seymour, Senator Carter. Anyone else? Hill, I said Hill, yeah. Oh, Chisholm and Johnson. And Berry. Who else? Sparks. Anyone else? Okay, please read off those that are recorded, want to be recorded as voting no.
Voting no or nay? Williams, McClendon, Hill, McCon, Suber, Tate, Seymour, Carter, Johnson, Berry, Sparks.
Who's that? With only 11 noes, the bill is passed. Senator Hill, did you have an announcement or?
No, parliamentary inquiry.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like for someone to point me to the rules on asking for division. I thought it was in the purview of the senator to ask for division. I may be wrong.
Well, it is. I think you're probably right, but I think when it's like 95% of the people or 90% said no, I think it's up to the chair. I'll check that out.
Okay, I would just comment that in the time that I've been here, this is my 14th year, I've never seen anyone refuse division.
Thank you, Senator. All right, so Senator England.
Mr. President, I believe we're on item 140 on the calendar, and I'd like to go to that item and ask the title be read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 2653, Campaign Finance, expand on the prohibition of campaign contributions for foreign nationals.
Senator.
Thank you. Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All
Aye.
opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill just adds to the regulation that it's unlawful for a foreign national to make a contribution. Already, foreign nationals cannot make contributions to any candidate for a political office. This just expands it to say that foreign nationals cannot make contributions whenever it's associated with a constitutional amendment, a local ballot measure, a ballot referendum, or other similar measure. That's all this bill does. I'm happy to take any questions.
Senator Younger, do you have a question?
I yield, yes.
Yeah, you yield, Senator Younger.
Does that include Ireland?
I believe that may it would include foreign nationals. I believe that foreign national is defined in the code, but I don't know that we specifically address any nations in it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Younger, for watching out for that.
Senator McClendon.
I'll yield.
Question?
Yes, sir.
Do you yield, Senator McClendon?
I do yield.
Would that include in-kind contributions?
Yes, it includes directly or indirect contributions or any expenditure of money or any other thing of value, or to promise or expressly or impliedly make such a contribution or expenditure in connection with these measures.
Trips overseas?
I'm sorry?
Trips overseas or anything like that?
I don't know that that would be a contribution to a constitutional amendment or local ballot measure. I don't know how that would assist, but that is defined. So foreign national is defined actually right there underneath and says what it does not include. So it's all in the bill, Senator McClendon. Thank you.
Okay, no further questions, Senator.
With no further questions, I move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Now, Senator England, 141.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to skip items number 141 and 142 and ask that they retain their place on the calendar. And I'd like to go to item 143 and ask that the title be read.
We'll pass and retain 141, 142. Go to item 143, Senate Bill 2608, and ask the title be read, please.
Senate Bill 2608, Campaign Finance, limit corporate political campaign contributions to $1,000 per calendar year.
Senator makes the usual motion.
I do make the usual motion, Mr. President.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, it came to our attention that we all know that we limit corporations that reside in Mississippi or that do business in the state of Mississippi from making political contributions in excess of $1,000 per year. This bill extends that limitation to all foreign, so in other words, other states or other countries where those corporations have maybe domiciled. They also cannot make a $1,000 contribution, more than $1,000 contribution per year. What this bill also does is it states that that money, once it's received by a candidate and it's understood that they've received more than $1,000 from a corporation for that calendar year, they have to return the excess amount to the corporation. If they cannot return it to the corporation, then they turn it into the Secretary of State's office, where it will be used within the election support fund that goes to fund different items that have to do with elections, such as purchasing machines and having additional clerks hired to assist with an election. The bill also strikes the criminal code and does not have any penalties. And also, the Secretary of State notices in his office's review of campaign finance reports, if he notices that a corporation made a donation of over $1,000 in one calendar year to a candidate or to a candidate committee, he will notify that candidate or candidate committee, he or she will notify that candidate or candidate committee so that that money can be returned or turned over to the elections support fund. I do have an amendment to the bill that I would like to be recognized to explain. It's a very simple technical amendment, Mr. President.
Okay, first you have a committee sub on this, right?
It looks like I do, yes. So I do move to, if there are no questions, I move that we adopt the committee sub.
Yeah, there's no questions. Move for adoption committee sub. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now for your amendment.
Yes, Mr. President, the amendment is to the committee sub, and I believe we have that. Thank you, and I believe it's on a few pages down. It would be, what we are doing is just striking the reference to the criminal code in this section, which we repealed, which we will be repealing with this bill. So because that was referenced in another part of the committee sub, we're striking that out. Again, this is just a technical amendment. Mr. President, also, I just want to make clear that this also defines and references limited liability companies so that we're sure that those are not counted under the $1,000 limitations as corporations. And that's what the amendment does. I do move for passage of the amendment.
Any questions on the amendment? If not, Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption of the bill by use of the morning roll call.
Okay, I think we may have a question first. Senator Barrett, do you have a question?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator England, can you
Yes.
repeat what you just said about the LLCs?
I hope so.
Yeah, okay.
I said, so LLCs are specifically defined as not being corporations. We just brought that forward to make sure that it's clear what an LLC is, because the bill does also, corporations are also defined. I just wanted to move that forward because the limitation only applies to corporations.
Okay, well, I'm kind of getting in the weeds here, but what if a corporation, if you've thought this through, what if a corporation is set up through its bylaws and taxed as a pass-through entity or a partnership?
Yes, so if it's not a corporation, it's not limited to $1,000. Yeah, if it's a substance, an LLC, and the money comes from an LLC, you're not limited to the $1,000.
I understand, but if I have set up with the Secretary of State's office, ABC Inc., so I'm a corporation, I am incorporated, but pursuant to my bylaws, I'm a subchapter S or a C, or I'm a partnership. I'm still incorporated, but what controls the fact that I've got Inc. on the end of it, or my bylaws?
It should be your bylaws. I will double check if you'll give me just a moment. But yes, if you're a corporation, you're still limited to $1,000, and your bylaws and your filing with the Secretary of State's office will should determine whether you're whether you are a corporation. Yeah, so after some consultation here, it's however you're filed with the Secretary of State office. If you're filed as a corporation, which I believe you're taxed as a corporation, you are a corporation, you're limited to $1,000.
Well, I appreciate the legislation, and I support it, but I think there's going to be some questions created, because I know a lot of limited liability companies that are taxed as corporations, but they're LLCs, but they're pass-through entities. So I think it just may create some future questions, but I do appreciate what it seeks to do.
Thank you, Senator Barrett. I will look at that and visit with you on that.
Okay, we have a couple more. Senator Michelle, have a question?
Yes, please.
Do you yield, Senator Michelle?
I do yield, yes.
Senator Michelle.
Senator England, what is the logic behind different contribution limits between a PAC and a corporation?
The corporations, primarily, we've had this limit for corporations for quite some time, the $1,000. That's the only thing we've ever had limited here in Mississippi, but we realized that we were only limiting Mississippi corporations and corporations doing business in the state, and that was not the intent of the limitation. So we just wanted to make sure that it was clear that any corporation is limited to this specific limit.
Is there a limit on PAC contributions?
There's no limit on PAC contributions.
Back to my question, what is the reasoning behind that? You've got one that can give unlimited amount, and then one that's limited to $1,000. One entity.
It's a good question, Senator Michelle. I believe that I'm guessing the corporations, when this was, and I wasn't here when this was originally established as a limitation, so I don't know the actual intent of why corporations were limited. But I do understand that the policy behind not having a corporate entity donating so much money to these two candidates. Even though we report it, that is the policy. You just don't want to have the corporations donating more than $1,000. I don't know I know I'm not probably answering your question to your satisfaction, but that's just the way the limit has been for a long time. We just want to make sure that it applied across the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michelle.
Excuse me, Senator Polk, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Polk.
I do yield, yes.
Okay, I'm confused now.
Okay.
So, if I'm a corp, C corp, I'm limited to 1,000.
That's correct, yes.
If I'm an S corp, am I limited to 1,000?
Yes, you are a corporation.
But
yes.
if I'm LLC, I'm not limited at all.
That's correct. Not limited if you're an LLC.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Polk.
Senator Hobson, you have a question?
question, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
you yield, Senator Hobson, with a question.
I do yield,
Thank you.
yes.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I know the answer to this, but if you're PC, you're still limited to 1,000, correct? Professional corp?
Yes, yes, your corporation, yes. So if you're a corporation, yes, I think that's the,
And no distinction between
Correct.
sub-S's and sub-C's, I heard that.
That's correct.
Let me go back to the criminal, your amendment, I didn't understand what you said about the repealer on, because it looks like the original bill repealed the criminal sections.
that's correct. We did repeal those. We made an effort to move all of these into the elections code anyways, and there is no penalty and no crime associated with this. So since we repealed that, the amendment was to make sure that where LLC was defined, it also included a reference to that criminal code that was being, that is being repealed. So we took that out.
I want to make certain that anyone that donates or a corporation that donates, if they mistakenly sent you $1,000 earlier in the year and then later in the year sent you $1,000, there's no criminal fine for anybody that does that. If
There's
it's a
not.
mistake.
There is not. And so you send it back once you realize that that's been made, or once the Secretary of State notices that in your campaign finance reform report, they can notify you to send it back or to send it in for the election support fund, but no fines or penalties.
And no fine or penalty for the candidate if you get it and it's not until the beginning of the next year when you start to do an annual report that you notice that a corporation may have given you over $1,000. No penalty or fine for that either.
That's right.
At that point, you have to refund it to the corporation, anything over 1,000.
That's correct. And if the corporation is either dissolved or are not able to be located, that's when you send it to the Secretary of State's office to go into the election support fund.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hobson.
Senator Johnson, question?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, question.
You yield, Senator Johnson.
I do.
Senator Johnson.
Just want to be clear. If I am incorporated and I choose to be taxed as a C Corp or an S Corp, I have a $1,000 limit.
That's correct.
If I have an LLC and I choose to be taxed as a C Corp or an S Corp, there is no limit.
That's correct. You're an LLC. It's based on your filing, yes.
Senator Wiggins, you have a question?
I sure do, yes.
Yeah, you
Thank
yield, Senator Wiggins.
Yes, I do, yes.
Senator Wiggins.
Well, I'm going to jump on this train.
I wish you would.
Okay, because I'm confused. So what's the rationale that there's no limit for an LLC, but if you are a corporation, then there is a limit?
Yeah, Senator Wiggins, I was not here when the original $1,000 was placed on corporations. I don't know what that policy discussion was that led to that, but I will look at that and find that reason for you.
Because, and the reason I'm asking is because, best I can tell, there's more and more and more LLCs, which is fine, but more big corporations and all that are also LLCs. So my question is, what are we trying to get at between the LLC and an S Corp or C Corp?
So in this bill, what we're trying to do is just make sure we're applying this to all corporations because we apply it. The law as written without this bill only applies to corporations that are either incorporated in Mississippi or that do business in Mississippi. The bill, the law as is now also has, I believe, has fines and penalties for the corporations for making those donations. So not only are we just say that this applies to all corporations regardless of whether they were incorporated or do business in Mississippi, but we're also taking the fine away. That's what the bill does. I understand the policy question. I do understand the question. I don't know the answer to the question.
Okay, so then we can't say if you're for an LLC, you are allowed to give over the $1,000. Is that right?
Yes, if you are an LLC, you're not limited to the $1,000.
But if you're, okay, and that includes an in-state LLC?
Yes, all LLCs, there's no limit for an LLC.
But it doesn't, how an LLC is taxed doesn't affect the contribution.
That's
limit.
correct. It's how it's formed.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins.
Senator Derek Simmons, you have a question.
Question, Mr. President.
You yield.
I will yield to a friendly question.
It's a friendly question.
Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman England, for yielding. The part of the bill that starts on line 41 and ends with entity on 45. I just want to get clarification on that one more time.
You're talking about the amendment? I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
No, I pulled it up online. I don't know if I'm reading the right one or not, but if the Secretary of State sees a contribution in excess of $1,000 by a corporation filed on a candidate's committee or political committee's report, the Secretary of State shall immediately notify the entity.
That's correct.
Entity would be the corporation, or would it actually be the candidate's committee or the political committee's?
Here, the entity would be, I would refer back to line 36,
okay,
which says any candidate, committee, or political party which accepts contributions from corporations. So that is who would be the entity.
Yeah. In your explanation of the bill, I think somewhere you said that if we did, as a candidate or a candidate committee, received over 1,000, then it's our responsibility to send that amount over 1,000 back to the corporation. Is that correct?
That's correct. Once you identify that you've received more than $1,000 from a corporation, you return it, or you send it to the Secretary of State's office for the Election Support Fund.
Okay. Here's my question.
Yes.
If and when the Secretary of State notices that a corporation has given over 1,000, if that happens after the candidate or the candidate's committee has already returned the money back to the corporation, what, if anything, the candidate or the candidate's committee has to do in response to the Secretary of State?
Just notify the Secretary. You would just notify the Secretary of State that you've already returned the funds. And look, I believe, to answer your question fully, we're allowed to file amended reports. What you would want to do then, as a candidate, or as a candidate committee, is file an amended report noting that that was returned. So it would also go. So the Secretary of State would have that notification.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Simmons.
Okay, Senator, I see no further questions. You move for adoption.
I do. I move for adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment adopted. Now for final passage.
Yes, Mr. President. For final passage, I ask that we use the morning roll call for final passage.
Senator suggests use morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill has passed. Senator England.
Yes, Mr. President, I think we'll do one more, item number 144 on today's calendar. I'd like to go to that and have the title read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 2656, United States congressional primaries moved to take place in March.
Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill comes at the request of our congressional delegation. They, as you know, they have to run every 2 years. In presidential years, they run in a March primary, and in non-presidential years, they run in a June primary. They've asked for consistency with that. So what this bill does is it makes their primary in March of every 2 years for the congressional races, and it moves the qualifying back to December 1st so that the timelines remain the same. That is all this bill does. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Seeing no questions, Senator, you move to adopt the committee substitute.
I move to adopt the committee sub. Yes, Mr. President.
All right. Senator moves to adopt the committee sub. Seeing no questions, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee sub's adopted. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I did explain the committee sub. Now I move for adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Go to item 145. 145, elections. Pass and retain. We'll pass and retain 145. Let's see, go to item 146, Senator Johnson.
I'd like to go to that item and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2580, Mississippi Athletic Commission bring forward code sections.
Senator Johnson.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All
Aye.
opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Johnson.
Ask that you recognize Senator Delano to present the bill.
Senator Delano, you're recognized for the committee sub, I believe.
Yes, sir. It's for the committee sub.
Okay, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate, this actually brought to us from the Appropriations Committee. We needed to clean up some language in this particular bill that originally limited the one of their positions to a fixed amount of money, and that has not been updated in a number of years, so we just replaced it with the language that we use for SPB. That's an explanation of the bill, and I will yield for any questions.
Any questions on the committee substitute? Senator moves. Oh, Senator Boyd, you have a question?
I do.
You yield, Senator Boyd? Senator Delano, you yield?
Oh, absolutely. I'm sorry.
Okay, Senator Boyd.
How many employees does this commission have?
One.
And where is this commission located?
That I can't tell you.
And how many commissioners do we have for the one employee commission?
I think we have. I'm not exactly sure, but there's probably more than 4. I can get you some additional information on that, but I think I may know where you're going with this line of questioning. But go ahead.
Okay, and this commission, doesn't it usually, it deals with things that are of a gaming nature, like boxing, oftentimes?
With athletics, yes.
With athletics that are more of that are often housed in our gaming institutions and things like that?
If you would, move your mic just a little bit closer
Sorry.
to you. This has nothing to do with gaming.
Yes, but what this commission oversees are like boxing matches and things like that that are traditionally held in our casinos and gaming establishments, correct?
I don't know if I can say that that's. I don't know that I can answer that honestly, because being from a gaming community, I do not see any of these types of events in gaming venues.
Okay.
I'm familiar with them in coliseums, at our local coliseum or convention center, and also some community centers, but not inside of casinos.
Okay. I would be interested in more information on the commission. Thank you.
Okay, see no further questions. Senator, you move for adoption.
Yes, adoption of the committee sub.
Senator moves for adoption of committee sub. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no.
And I'd like to recommend the use of the morning roll call for final passage.
Okay, committee sub's adopted. Now for final use, passage, senators request to use the morning roll call. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call. As voting aye, the bill has passed. So next is item 147, Senator Delano. That would be you.
Yes, sir. I'd like to have item number 146, Senate Bill 2443. Have the title read, please.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2443, Technology Innovation Fund established.
Senator Delano.
I'd like to make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Delano.
I'd like to recognize Senator Williams to handle this bill, please.
Senator Williams, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a bill that would create the Technology Innovation Fund, and briefly what that is, the goal is to establish a Technology Innovation Fund to provide flexible, rapid funding for pilot projects and emerging technology initiatives across state agencies, foster innovation, drive modernization, and scale successful solutions. Three of the things that are within this is an AI innovation hub, as the talk is about AI, and as we go down that path, it would allow them to mobilize quickly and use funds that would be made available to them to investigate this area. Also, the Cloud Center of Excellence As you may or may not be aware, we've got several pieces of legislation circulating around in the legislature. One is moving everything to the cloud in the next 5 years. This would allow that to happen quicker than it might otherwise. And also an enterprise-wide innovation projects that would allow them to look at things that we could leverage across all state agencies. This is a enabling piece of legislation. There is no money attached to this, but the monies can come from several different sources, obviously from appropriations if we as a legislature decided to fund it, public-private partnerships, federal grants or matching programs, revenue from technological licensing and commercialization resulting from funded projects could fund it, donations and contributions from private or philanthropic organizations. As you know, we have tech companies coming to our state in droves, and they're already partnering with us on public-private projects. This would be another landing zone for some economics from some of these guys that would help us drive innovation in the state. I will yield for questions, Mr. President.
See no questions, Senator.
I would move for passage by use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
The senator suggests the use of morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. 148, Senator Chasnow.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call that item up and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2869, Mississippi Native Spirit Law revised to include craft spirits.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion.
I'd like to
Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Chasnow.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Robinson to explain the bill.
Senator Robinson, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 2869 creates, defines, and adds craft spirits into our native distillery language. It also allows for any native or craft distillery to distribute any licensed retail permittees. Allows any native or craft distillery to have a tasting room in another location in the state where such sales are legal. This will be allowed for our state based on distilleries to enhance their brand while creating jobs and helping grow the state's economy. Also, Senate Bill 2869 allows any native or craft distillery a festival permit. This allows our state-based distilleries to promote their brand while our state's tourism industry and our state's growing entertainment industry. Also, Senate Bill 2869 allows craft distilleries to sell other alcoholic beverages in their retail establishments. Mr. President, if there are no questions, I ask for passage by use of the morning roll call.
By seeing no questions, the senator suggests use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Frazier, no. Senator Norwood is no. Senator Chisholm is no. Anyone else? Senator Parks is no. Anyone else? Present. Brumfield. Anyone else? Senator Tate is no. Present. Okay. Seeing no others. Senator Parker is present. Senator? Present or no? Senator Parker? Present. Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, please read off the ones that are voting no and present, so we'll make sure we have it correct.
Voting no or nay, Frazier, Norwood, Chisholm, Parks. Voting present, Brumfield, Tate, and Parker.
Okay. All right. Seeing no others, Please record all others present by use of more roll calls voting aye. The bill's passed. Okay, we'll go to item 149, Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up and have the title read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 2535, Mississippi Future Innovators Act, an act to require high school computer science or CTE with embedded computer science course.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. Any objection? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. President, I ask that you recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill would set that for students entering the 9th grade in the class of 27-28 will be required to earn 1 unit of credit in a high school computer science course or 1 unit of credit in an industry line career and technical education with embedded computer science course for graduation. And that's an explanation of the bill.
We have a question. Senator Simmons, Derek Simmons.
A friendly question, Mr. President.
You yield?
Yes.
Senator Simmons.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. How do we ensure that this opportunity is available to all high school students around the state?
Yes, that's why we're putting it out a couple of years to make sure everybody has an opportunity to every school district can put that into curriculum, make sure that they have options for students.
Yep. And I don't know, because I know you all working on the bill, and I'm not on education. Does the department, MDE, does it have a list of all the school districts that currently offering CTEs versus a list of the school districts that currently do not offer it?
I'll check with them and get that to you.
All right, thank you. I like to have a list.
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill has passed. We'll go to item 150, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that items 150 to 154 be passed and retain their place on the calendar, and go to item 155, call that up, ask the title be read.
We'll pass and retain items 150 through 154. Call up item 155 and please read the title.
Senate Bill 2471, Cyber Breach, Limit Liability for Certain Entities.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that comes to us from a coalition of groups, including the Bankers Association, the auto dealers, state medical, and others. And a number of states have passed similar legislation. And it is a version of an immunity bill. And what it is doing is addressing the cybersecurity issues that we're seeing and providing an incentive for businesses in the state to comply, or I'm sorry, to instill standards for instituting cybersecurity protection. And I'm just going to go through it briefly. In Section 1, a covered entity talks about basically what you would know as private entities. In Section 2, Section 2 deals with the state or a political subdivision thereof, and Section 3 deals with private entities. And in Section 2, what it's saying is that there shall be no liability with a cybersecurity incident if standards are adopted. And in Section 3, there shall be a rebuttable presumption where a private entity adopts a cybersecurity standards. If you look at Give me 1 second. Also, on lines 105, if it's a private entity, the plaintiff shall have the initial burden of demonstrating by clear and convincing evidence that the entity was not in substantial compliance with this section. And the standards by which we are going with are federal standards that have been adopted. I will have a technical amendment, Mr. President, on this. And to summarize is we are trying to incentivize the state as well as private entities to instill and follow standards to protect their data and to protect themselves from cybersecurity threats. If these standards are adopted, then they will not be held liable, okay? What does happen is that, and I've seen incidents down by me, is that trial lawyers, if this happens and you use data and they either ransomware or they hold your data, trial lawyers will sue the industry or the company because as a breach of what I would call either negligence or some kind of duty to the employees there. So this is similar to other such bills that we've done in other different industries. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Polk, do you have a question?
I do.
Do you yield?
I do, sorry.
Yeah. Senator
Thank you, Mr.
Polk.
President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These standards will probably, I'm assuming, be things the company must do with their equipment and software and everything to make sure, as best they can, that there's no breach. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I found it here to be specific. If you look at lines 44 and on down, adopts a program that aligns with the current versions of standards, and there it lists the National Institute of Standards and Technology framework for improving critical infrastructure and cybersecurity, and it goes on to list the NIST there. And so, yes, the company, if they adopt those standards in their practice and there is a cybersecurity attack, then this is shielding them from liability.
So does the company have to be able to prove they did the things that they said they did? Or if they just approve the list, then they're immune? Which is it?
I'm not understanding. Do the things they do?
Well, let's say that they adopt the procedures to be able to be exempt, but then they don't do in their company what they said they were going to do. Where does that lead us?
And I assume you're talking about a private company.
Yes.
Okay. If I understand your question, they have to do they do the standards and say, and get with a contractor or a cybersecurity company or an ITS company and say, this is what I need my company to be protected by or with and of that.
So
so I would submit that it's going to be, I call them vendors or companies that would do that. I'm just making up, but a law firm wouldn't necessarily do that themselves. They would hire somebody to do that. And I would submit if they hire them and that standard is followed, then they're shielded.
So by just, I guess what I was understanding, it seemed that if they just approved policy saying we adopt these standards, they were okay, but that is not the case.
Yes, because the whole point is to incentivize them to actually protect their employees and their customers' data and everything that goes along with that.
So just by adopting the policies does not make them immune?
Correct. If you put another way, if they just say, hey, we're going to do this and we're going to put this in our bylaws, I don't think that would shield them. But if they say do that and then they go out and hire a company to provide that protection, then it would.
Okay. Just to be clear, you said, I don't think it would protect them. Is
Well-
it I don't think, or you're sure?
Okay, if you pin me down, I'll say sure, because I'm a lawyer, and you know, I can see I can see a client saying, hey, we put it on our minutes, and then they being sued, and the lawyer saying, well, you didn't go out and you didn't go hire the company, therefore you're not shielded under this law. But in terms of what I've just said, that language is not written in here. I'm talking more the practical side of it.
Thank you very much.
But just to finish, again, the incentive is to have companies in the state to go out and get this cybersecurity protection. And I will say there are incentives, cybersecurity insurance, that if they do this, they are most likely to pay either reduced premiums or have the insurance company pay should something happen.
Okay, Senator DeBar, do you have a question? Use my mic. Senator DeBar has a question. Do you yield to Senator DeBar?
I do.
Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was trying to read through the bill, and I apologize for not catching this in committee. Does this include immunity for school districts and so forth?
So the definition, if you look at lines 2, a county, municipality, county hospital, state, or any political subdivision shall not be liable with a cybersecurity incident. So a school, I would say that a school district is a political subdivision.
Yeah, that was my question. Is a school district a political subdivision? And you're
Yes.
saying it is. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I see no further questions, but Senator, didn't you say you had an amendment?
Yes, Mr. President.
You recognize for the amendment.
Okay, the amendment is a technical amendment at line 48, which is dealing with the standards. It's changing cybersecurity, it's changing it to improving critical infrastructure cybersecurity and the implementing regulations or publications. So it's changing the language there. That's all the amendment does.
Okay, see no questions. You move for adoption?
I move for adoption of the amendment. Yes, Mr.
Senator
President.
moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Now for final passage, Senator.
Move for passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record. Oh, we got one, two. Senator Polk, no. Senator Barrett, no. Senator Suber and Senator Hill. And Senator Tate. Anyone else? That's it? All right, seeing no other, please record all others present by the use of morning. Oh, we got one more, I'm sorry. Present for Senator Simmons. Okay, Derek Simmons, present. Please record all others present by the use of morning roll calls voting aye, and the bill is passed. Okay, Senator.
Go to item 156, call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2469, Sales Tax, creating study committee to study solutions to unmerchantable and uninsurable titles resulting from.
I would ask that you recognize Senator McCon to explain the committee substitute.
Make the usual motion.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. The usual motion is adopted. Now, Senator McCon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the committee sub, what you'll see here, for years we've talked, as long as I've been here, we've talked a lot about tax sales and what's out there. This is an attempt to bring everything to head, have a study committee to decide whether there's anything that needs to be done, and if it is, to bring it back to this legislative body to put this to bed once and finally for all. This is Senator Suber's bill. It just lists that we're setting up a 7-member committee. 2 members of the Senate, 2 members of the House, 1 Chancery Clerk, and 1 tax assessor, and the Secretary of State or his designee. Mr. President, I would entertain questions at this time.
No questions, Senator.
All right, Mr. President, I would move for adoption of the committee sub.
It is a committee sub. Thank you, Senator. Move for adoption of committee substitute. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee sub is adopted. Now, Senator.
I would suggest use of the morning roll call for final passage.
Senator suggests use morning roll call, final passage. Does any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye.
Mr.
Now,
President, I would ask that unanimous consent to suspend the rules and go back to item number 132.
with no objection, we'll suspend the rules, go back to item 132. Does anyone object? Seeing no objections, Senator, 132 is granted.
Thank you. Call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2477, district attorneys increased salaries are.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. This comes to us from the prosecutor's simple bill. What it is doing, lines 125, 126, is it does tie the district attorney's salary to the judges effective July 1st, 2025, and makes it 90% of the judge's salary. And that's what the bill does.
Okay, I see no questions. Motion, Senator.
Motion is passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Now, we were on item 157, I think. Senator Bryan. Passed and retained. Senator Bryan on 157, 158, 159, 160, 161. Keep going. 162, all the way through 166, correct? Okay. Senator Blackwell, you wish to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass on item 165 and ask it to keep its place on the calendar and go to item 166 and ask the title be read.
Okay, well, thank you, Senator. I see that it was double referred. We're going to pass item 165. It retains place on the calendar. Go to item 166 and ask the title be read. Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2748, Mississippi Medical Cannabis Act, revised provisions related to.
Senator Blackwell.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill proposes several changes to our Mississippi Medical Cannabis Act. The changes include redefinition of the Mississippi Medical Cannabis Equivalency Units. You've heard that we refer to that as the MMCEUs. The bill seeks to designate one MMCEU as 1 gram of total THC in a cannabis concentrate or 1 gram of total THC in an infused product. Right now, under the program, it is 1 gram of flower. The next thing it does is telemedicine evaluations for homebound or bedbound patients. It authorizes healthcare practitioners to issue written certifications of a patient's debilitating medical condition following a telemedicine evaluation, provided the patient's homebound or bedbound status is certified by another practitioner. And then with respect to zoning and permitting applications, the bill prohibits applicants for medical cannabis establishments licenses from seeking zoning or permitting actions from local authorities until they've received the appropriate licensing from the Mississippi Department of Health and the Mississippi Department of Revenue. I'm going to read part of an email from Dr. Edney on this. CMS, and this relates to the homebound, as a question came up in committee, but CMS has a definition for homebound that is used for home health requirements, which the department plans to apply administratively should this legislation pass. The next thing he says, the change from grams from the cannabis units is to eliminate confusion. It simply changes the measuring unit to something everyone understands better. It does not change the legal amount of THC allowed. The maximum amount of product allowed per month per patient does not change. They're only get 24 units. They will only continue to get 24 units. This comes from the Department of Revenue. The proposed changes to the MMCEU calculations as put forth would simply concentrate products and infused edible products unit calculation to 1 gram of THC equals 1 MMC unit. This change would not pose a foreseeable problem related to unit calculation on the dispensary side of the program or any issues related to point-of-sale vendors being able to accommodate the proposed changes for those product categories. The stated purpose of the change is to disincentivize the purchase of flower products over concentrates or infused edible products. That's an explanation of the bill. Mr. President, I'll yield for questions.
Are there any questions? Senator Hill, do you have a question?
I do.
You yield, Senator Hill.
Absolutely.
Senator Hill.
So I guess we can clarify this one more time. On the infused products, the concentration level's going up 10 times from what it currently is?
It does change 10 times. I'm not a chemist or a pharmacist, so it's hard for me to explain it, but they'll still only be able to get the 24 units that they currently get. But what we're trying to do is move people off of smoking the flower and move them more toward an edible or a concentrate.
Well, I had a strike all that would have taken that away to begin with and made it all medical products. And I guess I do appreciate what you're trying to do, but I think that much infused product might be a little too much for a few people unless you're a very long-time user.
Well, we'll let their practitioners decide
I
that.
guess so. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Parker. Senator Parker, you have a question? You yield, Senator Parker, for a question.
I'll yield.
Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President, for an amendment at the proper time.
At the proper time. We do have Senator McMahon. You have a question?
I do.
You yield, Senator McMahon?
I'll yield.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your work on this. Appreciate it. Hey, look, folks in the industry have reached out to me from Northeast Mississippi. I haven't heard from any other area, but just in Northeast Mississippi. And I saw the telemedicine in here, and there's some patients that are bedridden, so they wanted to do drive-through. Is that something you've considered this year?
No, sir. We have an advisory council that has also made these recommendations, and actually, this is the second year in a row we've made those. As you know, we've been moving very conservatively in this program, and these are reasonable steps to make the product available for the patients to avoid the confusion. I wouldn't mind looking at that sometime in the future, but at the present, we're not going to consider that.
I appreciate it. I saw some videos, and I can share those videos with you at some point, but there's one particular cannabis operation that several people have come and, they've not been able to get out of their car. They fell down in the parking lot trying to come in and things of that nature. So thank you for what you're doing, making this a patient-friendly piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I see no further questions. Senator Parker, I think you have an amendment that you would like to offer.
Thank you, Mr. President. In committee, this bill was double referred. We had a good conversation about this amendment, but because the bill was double referred, I withdrew the amendment because it would have killed the bill and wouldn't have allowed it to go back in time to continue. Senator Blackwell did mention in his explanation he had a conversation with Dr. Edney about this, but what we talked about in the committee is we wanted to be sure that with the telemedicine, because we are allowing this certification to be made that the patient is homebound or in a situation where they can't get out, that certification is done by a local provider and not someone via telemedicine. And then the other portion of the amendment just kind of gives another interpretation from other case law on what homebound should mean. So what we're doing here is we're adding on line 348 after the word practitioner. So it would be a practitioner with whom the patient has a bona fide practitioner-patient relationship within his or her scope of practice. So somebody who's actually seen by a doctor in the state. And then it would go on at the end and include the words, for purpose of this paragraph C, that section that you're looking at in 348, an individual is homebound or bedbound if such individual is physically unable to leave their residence without another person's aid because the person has lost the capacity of independent transportation due to a medical, physical, or mental health condition or infirmity as documented in writing by a practitioner who has a bona fide practitioner-patient relationship with the patient. So it just makes it clear that these truly are homebound patients who are in need of this service at home. I yield for questions on the amendment.
See no questions. Senator Blackwell, would you like to speak on the amendment?
I support the amendment.
Okay, Senator Parker.
Move adoption of the amendment.
Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Senator.
Move for final passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? We have Senator Chisholm, Senator Tate, Senator Hill, Senator Suber, Senator Berry, Senator Barrett. Anyone else wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Sparks. Anyone else? Senator Johnson, Senator Parks. That's it? Okay, so you want to read those back? Make sure we have them all. Senator Seymour, you wish to be a no? Okay, it's not too late. Who else? Senator Fillingham is also a no. It's not too late. Will be in just a second, but it's not now. So, I'll read those back.
Voting no or nay? Chisholm, Tate, Hill, Super, Berry, Barrett, Fillingham, Johnson, Park, Sparks, and Seymour.
How many nays? 13. With 11 nays, the bill is the bill's passed. So, where are we? Go into announcements. Have any announcements? Senator Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to remind everyone, you should have gotten an invitation on your desk this morning, that the Mississippi Economic Council breakfast is in the morning, 7:30 to 8:30 at the Mississippi Museum of Art. And we're going to have our friend speaking, Senator Chuck Younger, Chair of Senate Highways and Transportation Committees. So let's all go to breakfast and support Chuck.
Okay, thank you, Senator, for announcement. Senator Blackwell for announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to, for the Senate, give a warm welcome to my better half who just joined me, Ms. Vicki.
Welcome to your Senate. Senator Parks. Pass. Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I would ask to be added as co-author item number 116, Senate Bill 2510.
Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added to item number 48, Senate Bill 2892, and item 131, Senate Bill 2147.
Thank you. Senator Blackwell, you have another announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, with unanimous consent, I'd like to be added to item 34 today, Senate Bill 2383, item 48, 2892, item number 90, 2291, item 110, 2355, item 117, 2328.
Thank you, Senator Blackwell. Senator Butler?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. With unanimous consent, I would like to be added to Senate Bill number 131, 2147. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Boyd?
With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor to item 131, 2147, 148, 2869, and I'd like to hold item 146, Senate Bill 2580, on a motion.
I held on a motion to reconsider. Join the chairman. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold Senate Bill 2338 on a motion to reconsider.
Please
I don't have a number, I'm sorry, on the calendar. 2328.
2328. Join the chairman, please. Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to hold item number 116, Senate Bill 2510, on a motion to reconsider. And I would also like to, unanimous consent, I'd like to be a co-author of Senate Bill 2654, item number 76 on today's calendar.
All right, please join the chairman on the motion to reconsider. Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. With consent of the Senate, I would like to be added as co-author on 2 items, please. Item 90 today, Senate Bill 2291, and item 131, Senate Bill 2147.
Senator McMahon.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to be added to item 113, 117, 131, and then I would like to motion to reconsider item 148 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2869.
Please join the chairman. Senator Wiggins.
Like to enter a motion to reconsider on yesterday's calendar, item 114, circuit clerk fees, Senate Bill number 2562.
Please join the chairman. Senator Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as a co-author to item 6, Senate Bill 2822, and item 76, Senate Bill 2654.
Senator Derek Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as a co-author to 2 items. Item number 6 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2822, and also item number 76, Bill 2654.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Senator McClendon.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. By unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as co-author on number 48, 2892, number 54, 2383, number 110, 2355, and number 131, 2147.
Okay. All right, Senator McCon.
Mr. President, I've got 2. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as a co-author to item number 48 of today's docket, Senate Bill 2892, item number 131 of today's docket, Senate Bill 2147. And then lastly, I want to remind everybody in here that MMA has their event tonight at the Westin from 5 to 7. They want you to remember to come by there today because it's a reschedule from the last time.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Announcement first.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Veterans and Military Affairs Committee will be meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m. in room 407. And also, Mr. President, I'd like to ask the Senate for unanimous consent to be added as a co-author on item number 114 of yesterday's calendar, Senate Bill 2562. Ask for unanimous consent for today's calendar, item number 138, Senate Bill 2526. And then I'd like to hold on a motion to reconsider item number 76 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2654.
Please join the chairman. All right, Senator Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent of the Senate, I'd like to be added as co-author to item number 3, 2568, item number 48, 2892, and item 140, Senate Bill 2653.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Simmons, Sarita Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I would like to be added as a co-author for item number 6, Senate Bill 2822, item number 54, Senate Bill 2383, item number 55, Senate Bill 2424, item number 2355, item number 117, Senate Bill 2328, item number 131, 2147, item number 149, 2535, and item number 76, 2654.
Thank you, Senator. Would you mind listing those to give to the clerk? It was,
Yes, sir. And I also have an announcement.
oh, you recognize for an announcement. Announcement, Senator.
The student leaders of Delta State University would like to invite you all to join them for lunch tomorrow from 11:30 to 1 o'clock, room 2018.
All right, Senator, thank you. Senator Tate.
Hey, thank you, Mr. President. Correction, that Veteran and Military Affairs, I may have said room 407. I meant to say room 409 tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Okay, Senator Hill.
I'd like to hold number 93 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2300, on a motion to reconsider.
Please join the chairman. Senator Suber.
Thank you, Mr. President. Announcement.
You recognize.
With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as a co-author to item 131, Senate Bill 2147, item 132, Senate Bill 2477, and item 48, Senate Bill 2892.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Brumfield.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the Senate's unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as a co-author to item number 76, Senate Bill number 2654. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Derek Simmons.
Announcement, Mr. President.
You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, I'd like to announce tomorrow is JSU Day at the Capitol, and also tomorrow evening at 5:30 at the Capitol Club, President Marcus Thompson, along with the Jackson State University administration, will be hosting us for a legislative reception at the Capitol Club tomorrow at 5:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blackwell. For a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Motion is Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.